No, two microphones.
Okay, good evening, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started with this evening's agenda. And we're going to go ahead and let Suzanne do roll call, and then I'm going to make some announcements and let you know how the structure of this meeting is going to happen this evening. Well, yeah, we have pledge, but no. Okay, go ahead, Suzanne.
Thank you. Mayor LaBarre,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Case,
Here.
Councilmember Connors,
Here.
Councilmember Nakai,
Here.
Councilmember Neal,
Here.
Councilmember Ott,
Here.
Councilmember Zuluaga.
Yes.
Thank you.
And just briefly, before we do pledge, the room is very crowded this evening. So in the event of an emergency, please be aware that exit where you came out or came in. There's also an exit down this hallway here and an exit through the back here. Staff will help you if there is an emergency. So I just want everyone to know because we're rarely this full. So, all right, thanks. And then I'll make some more announcements.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
America, we love you.
Okay, so I know that there are a lot of people here and potentially won't have public comment. We had the opportunity to sign up online for public comment. So people who signed up online are already in queue to go first. Then we have the sign up for people who are here in person. If you have signed your name up on that list will then be given to the clerk and the clerk will be putting you in queue. Your names will come up on the screen. Everyone is going to have 3 minutes to speak. You will see your name, you will see the time. I'm going to be doing my best to be professional with you all and not try to cut you off, but I hope that you all can be respectful and try to keep it to 3 minutes or under. If someone has already said what you want to get up and say, it is okay if you come up to the podium, but I would really love it if you could just say, my point has been made and I agree with this gentleman or this lady, so that we don't carry on. I already have up to 115 minutes of public comment, and that's just with who I already knew has signed up. I don't know, there are still names that I do not have yet that have signed up. Our fire chief is here this evening. I'm going to let him speak first publicly before public comment. That's not on the agenda, but I want him to be aware of that and the public to just know he will be my first person I'll call up for public speaking. Let's see. If you are on Zoom and you have not signed up to speak and want to, there is a link available. And I'm going to let Suzanne tell you where you can find the link if you wish to sign up to speak.
It's right on the city website. It's under public comment. It's very, very easy to find.
If, let's see, I covered all that. I made some notes just so I could be clear to the audience. Council, I would really appreciate it if you guys could try to keep your comments to about 10 minutes. If you have a thing you want to speak about, like our little soapbox speeches that some of us do sometimes, try to keep that limited. Try to take notes for when the presenters speak. We are not going to interrupt them with questions. We will ask questions when it is our turn to speak after public comment. So, and then also, I just want to remind you to stay on topic of the ordinance. Do not leave the topic of the ordinance. If you do, I will remind you and shut that down. So we need to stay on topic to the ordinance directly. Then I'm going to let the audience and everyone know this is how it's going to go. We're going to open the public hearing. We will have staff report. Then the applicant will present. Then we will have public comment. Then the applicant will be able to have rebuttal and closing statement. Then we'll have city staff rebuttal and closing statements if there are any. Then council will have questions and discussion. And then we will close the public comment. I'm sorry, council will have the questions. We will close public comment. Council will deliberate, and then we will call for motion for final decision, hopefully. So just so you guys kind of understand how the evening's going to go, because it can be a long evening. So if you're anticipating anything, now you kind of have an idea of how it's going to flow. And with that, council, any questions? Okay, great. So we're going to go ahead and start with item number 3A, and that's to approve appointment to the Board of Review.
Thank you, Mayor LaBarre. This evening, there is before you an application for Board of Review. There's currently one vacancy on this committee. This position expires on January 1st, 2025. The city clerk's office received an application from Patrick Vitagliano, who's interested in filling this position. I've invited Mr. Vitagliano to appear this evening, but I can't tell with all these people if he's here. Are you here? He's here, yes. Come on up. He
Perfect
is
timing.
here and available for any questions that council may have of him this evening. We'll have you come to the podium, sir.
So if you just introduce yourself and just give us a reason briefly why you're interested in sitting on the board, and then council may have some questions for you.
Perfect. My name is Patrick Vitaliano. I live here in Woodland Park, a general contractor licensed through El Paso County. The only reason I had interested in it was just to kind of tie into the community a little bit better.
Great. So council, you have questions or comments for him?
One for Suzanne. Suzanne, what's the makeup of the board now and how many vacancies do we have?
This would be the final vacancy on the board.
And there's 7, is that right?
I'd have to defer to Karen. Karen's holding up 5.
5. Okay, very good. Ever served on any city boards anywhere?
No, I have not. I've served on boards for the military though.
For the military? Okay, very good. Well, thank you. Thanks for ponying up.
Yeah.
Mayor? Oh, it's Karen.
Yeah.
Like,
Very
yes.
politely. I just wanted to let you know that Mr. Vitaliano did attend one of the prior Board of Review meetings. I
Correct.
believe. So he has seen what that board does and how they review items. So this isn't completely a blind application.
Great.
So,
And how many years is this for, Suzanne?
The term expires on January 1st, 2025.
Yeah, it's a long
Council,
commitment.
They don't meet that often though. So.
That's true.
No? Okay.
I read the application.
Councilmember Neal, also remember, I can't see you, so if you have something and I have forgotten to call on you, or you need to just speak up so that I can acknowledge you, okay?
Will do. I have.
Okay, thanks.
Are we all on the system, Suzanne?
You are?
So I make a motion to approve Patrick, Vitagliano.
Perfect.
Molto bene.
I'll go ahead and
For
second
for the Board of Review appointment till January 2025.
I'll second.
Okay, council, you may vote.
Just clicked out.
And Suzanne, if I'm a little slow, I have to bounce back and forth between tabs to get to the vote screen.
Thank you, sir. I have yours. Thank you, council. A motion has passed unanimously. With mayor's permission, may I administer the oath of office? to
Yes.
Mr. Vitagliano?
Please.
Okay, thank you. Sir, I'll have you come and join me up here. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Vitagliano, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the state of Colorado, the charter and ordinances of the state of Woodland Park, and that I will faithfully perform the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Congratulations, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 4, additions, deletions, or corrections to agenda. We have none. Item 5 is consent calendar, and that's approval of the July 7 and July 21st regular city meeting minutes. Suzanne, any?
Oh, I'm sorry. So we have 2 sets of meeting minutes before you, and as Mayor said, July 7th, July 21st, 2022.
Council, any questions?
I make a motion, we approve July 7th and July 21st.
I'll second it.
Okay, council, you may vote.
It's gonna be a very long night.
Please pass my minutes.
So there you go. The yes doesn't work.
Okay, can I have a verbal vote?
See if that works.
I have it in there. I put it in for you manually. I'm assuming you're approving them. Thank you.
You made the motion.
Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, council.
Thank you. All right, we're on to item number 6, which is public comment on items not on the agenda. And I know that I do have Keith Meyer signed up. And I don't know if I have anyone else, but Keith, come on up to the podium.
I'll be really quick. My name's Keith Meyer. I'm with Habitat for Humanity in Teller County. And as you know, this Saturday is a big day for Woodland Park. We've got 3 events actually going on. We have our Vino and Notes, which is our 14th annual Wine Fest and Music Festival. We'll quickly say that Mountain Arts Festival is doing their thing at the Cultural Center, and Critter Fest is going on at the Designers Organization. So it's going to be a very crowded, busy day in Woodland Park. Vino and Notes this year is bigger than better than ever. We have over 20 wineries. We have about 70 vendors, food trucks. And we also have 5 music groups. We're gonna have 2 stages going. We're gonna have one in the main pavilion, and we'll have one in the big grassy area on the north side of the pond. Gates open at noon. The wine festival part goes from noon to 6. The music will go to about 8:30, 9 o'clock that night. We do have a new group this year for the evening. It's called Journey to Heart. So it'll be a lot of 70s and 80s soft rock. So I'm pretty excited about that. All the money goes to Habitat for Humanity. And most of you know we're building a big project out on North 67. It's a net zero energy workforce housing project. And it's for our workforce, and all the fundraising will go directly to that project. So if anybody, there's a few of these back on that table. There's a QR code on the bottom. You can scan that, or if there's one of these, you can grab it. Or you can go on to vinoandnotes.com and buy tickets. So, questions?
Council, any questions? No? Looking forward to the event.
Yep.
Thank you,
Looking
Keith.
forward to it. Thanks, Keith.
All right, item 7, unfinished business. We have none. 8, ordinances on initial postings. None. We are on to number 9, public hearings. And we are going to start with 9A, which is approval of a transfer of a retail liquor license. And Suzanne, you're the presenter for that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. This evening before you, council, you have a transfer of a retail liquor license for Banana Belt. The application was put into us by Beth Toth, and the name of her company is Poor Decisions, and they're doing business as Banana Belt Liquors.
That's so good. So good.
I thought everybody would
It's in
get
the
a kick
spelling,
out of
right?
that.
I love it.
That's right, it's in the spelling.
So Ms. Toth is with us, and I'm going to invite her up to the podium this evening. And I will just run through the liquor license requirements with you. And then Ms. Toth would like to tell you a little bit about what she's going to be doing differently at Banana Belt now that she's the new owner. The applicant has a current sales tax and FEIN number. The applicant is eligible to apply for this liquor license, and the location is eligible to be licensed. As mentioned earlier, the owner is Beth Toth, and possession of this property is documented by a deed. Ms. Toth is the owner of the building. The factual findings of this case are the application was submitted to the clerk's office on April 21st, 2022. The subject property was posted on July 18th, 2022. Public notice was published on the City of the Woodland Park's website. The character of this applicant is not an issue for this hearing. Operation of this business is in compliance with local zoning, building, and fire regulations. All applicable fees have been paid, and we have issued her a temporary liquor license, so there's no lapse in her services right now. As I said earlier, this is Beth Toth, and she's here to tell you about what she's doing and answer any questions council may have.
All right, I'm sorry I didn't bring any samples. I realized after the fact. So, we're basically keeping everything the same. We're going to do some interior remodeling. I think that building's like 40 years old. I know the business is 40 years old, so need some work there. We're going to try and have tastings at least 3 times a month, and giveaways, and just try and make it a fun place to come shop.
Great. Council, any questions? Beth,
Are
do
you gonna have the
own
best prices?
Oh, you go ahead.
Sorry.
You were
louder than me. You go first.
Yes.
I was just kidding.
Of course.
I was just curious if you owned the whole building and you're leasing the space to the pizza place and the hair salon.
Yes,
I
that's
thought
correct.
so.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Any other questions?
Anything else?
No, I'd like to make a motion to approve the, public comment. Yeah, I always forget that. Hillary and I do that all the time. Yeah, you are.
Yeah. I don't have anyone signed up. Suzanne, do you have any hands online?
I do not.
Okay. And I don't see anyone in the room wanting to get up to come up to the podium. So, all right, now we can have a motion.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve the transfer of the retail liquor license as written.
And I'll second it. Suzanne, just before you do the vote, could you explain what you explained to me about the transfer? Just, I think it'd be worthwhile for people to understand that. Because it's not a new application, it's a transfer.
Absolutely. What happens with the transfer of a liquor license, it's really nice so that the purchaser of the property, there's no lapse in service. We are able to issue, the seller signs an affidavit of transfer, which transfers the license over to the purchaser. And we can issue a temporary license so they can continue with business, and there's no lapse in service. And so Carla Clausen, who was the previous owner, has signed that affidavit of transfer over to Ms. Toth, and it's just a very simple, easy process. They go through the same requirements in the application as do a new liquor license, with the exception of needs and desires, because they do not need to go around and get a petition of needs and desires of the neighborhood, because that's already been established. Council, it is ready for you to vote. Thank you, council. Motion has passed unanimously. Congratulations, Beth.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. All right, we are now on to item 9B, and that's ordinance 1472, and our presenter to begin will be our planning director, Karen.
Karen, I have not had the pleasure of you pronouncing your last name for us. Would you mind?
The mayor did it correctly. You just say it really fast so no one
Schminky.
hears you. My apologies. It's Schmink.
Thank you.
And my parents like to explain it as like mink with a sh on the front.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Schminko.
They always hide the share screen. There it is. It's in green right in front of me. So thank you for your attention as I go through and lay out some baseline information for everyone that will help inform our conversation and discussion here this evening. So you have in front of you tonight an ordinance that's related to a request from NES Incorporated, the applicant, on behalf of New Life Holding Corporation, who is the owner, and its affiliated operating nonprofit entities, Andrew Womack Ministries Incorporated and Charis Bible Colleges Incorporated. This is to consider a PUD amendment to one, revise the dimensional standards to allow a height increase from 35 feet to 45 feet maximum for the student housing. And two, to remove a past condition of approval that the temporary student housing be privatized through either a lease agreement or some other arrangement so that it can be separately taxed. The subject property is located at 800 Gospel Truth Way with a legal description of Lot 1, the sanctuary, Woodland Park, Colorado. It is zoned planned unit development for the purposes of developing a planned business development. So the first slide here helps with orientation to the property. The subject property is located in the southwest corner of the city of Woodland Park, north of Highway 24. So in this aerial, you can see where Highway 24 is in the lower right-hand corner of the aerial. The property is outlined in blue, and it is bordered on the northeast here by County Road 25. Westwood Lakes subdivision is off to the south and west. It is developed with single-family homes. Pike National Forest is to the northwest. Directly to the north is a portion of the Sturman PUD that has not been developed. And then off to the northeast, you've got some single-family homes. So some project history. The PUD PBD was approved April 12th of 2012. The Planning Commission recommended approval. And then it was in June of 2012 where the City Council approved the preliminary plat and the PUD PBD final development plan through zoning ordinance number 1162 and the preliminary subdivision plat. These documents established the allowed uses, the overall development layout, and dimensional standards for the uses. The final subdivision plat was approved in December of 2013. Charis Bible College opened in January of 2014 with 600 students. And then they came back in 2015 to amend the PUD to allow a parking garage. So with the PUD documents, those are what established those uses. And in the original PUD, item number 9 talks about the uses allowed. And it talks specifically about private lodging, including student housing. And these uses that are all listed here are subject to administrative staff reviews for zoning development permits and construction permitting. So if they were asking to just develop the student housing within the parameters that were originally established, no public hearing would be required. So since they're wanting to make 2 changes, that's why we're here this evening. And it was in 2015, we said the PUD was amended. And this slide, the purpose is to demonstrate that the student housing standards were the same between the original PUD and the amended version in 2015. So those dimensional standards associated with student housing is a total of 12 buildings, 35 feet in height maximum, or 3 stories. The square footage that's allowed per story, and then it's a total of 500 bedrooms and 300 units. And then they also set a parking space standard. So the requests this evening again are to revise the dimensional standards to increase the height from 35 feet to 45 feet, and then to remove that past condition of approval known as condition number 14 related to privatization or tax status of the student housing. As part of preparing for this evening, we did all of the standard public notices in terms of publications and postings. Referral of this request was sent to a variety of city departments and other agencies, including Public Works, Utilities, Corps, and the Fire Department. Comments from the city engineer and Corps were received, but those were related to the administrative review of the site plan details, but not to these PUD amendment requests. And then the comments we received back from the fire department that they had asked that this particular item be addressed prior to the continuation of the project. And that was that the fire district is concerned about changing the taxing status of the student housing to non-taxing. This puts a larger strain on the funding to support the district residents. We are concerned about the ever increasing demand for fire and emergency services on this property without receiving funding to properly provide those services. And that's to include staffing for an aerial apparatus required due to the increased height of the building. Please consider alternative methods of payment in lieu of tax. So the fire department recommends disapproval of this PUD change requested at this time. There were also public or written comments received from members of the community. Those were in your packet. There was a supplemental email sent out today with additional comments. So for some baseline background information, when we talk about the first request to change the height, our code has a definition of height of building, and we look at that as the vertical distance from the finished grade or the average finished elevation of the ground around the structure to the highest point of the roof. That is not, each community in Colorado can set their own definition for how they want to measure building height. So that is the one that we apply here in Woodland Park. So when we look at across the city at our other established zoning districts, the maximum building height is typically 30 feet in our residential zones and 35 feet in our commercial zones. This is a PUD zone district, and the PUD, when that's set up and developed, all of these dimensional standards are put in place with consideration for the uses and the desired development of that particular part of the city. So this particular PUD approved building height ranges depending upon the type of the building. And there's some that are for 25 feet for an existing building that was on the site, all the way up to 60 feet for the proposed administration building. As we noted previously, the student housing is identified as being a 3-story structure with a maximum height of 35 feet. Within this particular PUD, the parking garage and the college building are both at 54 feet. Those are both already constructed. Other Woodland Park buildings, because they're in the straight zone districts and or the established zone districts. So these particular buildings, by way of example, had gone through and made a request to the Board of Adjustment for a variance to the established standard for the district. So Our Lady of the Woods is in the Central Business District, which ordinarily has a maximum height of 35 feet. So they are now at 45 feet with their variance. And then the Trail Ridge Apartments in a residential zone, the standard height there is 30 feet, but they did get a height variance to be able to build their structures at 45 feet. And that's in the multifamily urban residential zone district. So within the subject property, like I said, off here on the lower right-hand corner, we have Highway 24. Trout Creek Road comes across the northeast. And so Gospel Truth Way is the property or the road that comes in through the property around that southern side. And then it loops back up to the north. So you've got the sanctuary building and the parking garage here on this left side of the screen. And then inside this darker hatched box is the area that we're going to be talking about this evening and the development of future housing or student housing within that area. There is also another area identified for future student housing down here on the southern part of the property. And then this larger box here on the inside of Gospel Truth Way is the future administration building that has a height of 60 feet that was slated for that. So inside this hatched box, oh, and I also want to note the terrain here. It is on a hillside that slopes downward towards Trout Creek Road. So the student housing site is really sitting up on a ridge there. So within that box, they've got the road continuing and looping on around. So there's 4 buildings here on the lower right-hand side and an additional 2 on the upper left-hand side. Those buildings are situated on the top of the ridge and are essentially set into the hillside. So on the road side, the internal road side, you would see 2-story structure. And on the downhill side, you would see a 3-story side of the building. When we look at the aerial to help with context and what's there, like I said, you can clearly see the parking garage and the existing sanctuary building. Inside the red box here is the area that's targeted for this North student housing. And you can see that there are quite a few established trees in this area. And it's pretty well wooded between the subject area and Trout Creek Road. So between the slope of the landscape and the existing vegetation, that helps provide some screening and buffering and just help to be sensitive to the site and what the existing conditions are. The next 2 slides contain elevations of the proposed buildings. These are compatible with the architectural standards here in the city of Woodland Park, or Western Mountain designs that we like. They do have a pitched roof. Like I said, the building is a maximum of 3 stories. And when we look at the height itself, it's on this lower side of the property that measured from there to the height of the roof. That's the 45 feet that you see. It's on the uphill side of the property where that height from the peak of the roof to the grade is typically about 31 feet. And the side elevations help illustrate how the property is set into the hillside, that when you look across the bottom of both of these elevations, you can see how the hillside kind of comes in. So in the center of these 2 pictures is what the uphill side is, or the 2-story side of the building. And it's on the outer sides of these 2 elevations where you can see the 3-story side of the building. When we look back at the approval criteria and such, as reflected in the council minutes from June of 2012, the city council concluded that the standards for the zone district or establishing the zone district had been met. The majority of criteria that are listed in the city code are not applicable to this request at this time. The 2 that do have some applicability pertain to the dimensional standards, since that's what we're talking about wanting to adjust. The determination is that the slope of the site impacts how the height of the building is measured. The existing terrain and vegetation work together to mitigate the visual impact of the height. The 45-foot requested building height will not inhibit views. The revised format of the tables in the PBD cover sheet, the site data tables that I showed you very early on in the presentation, we at a staff level are asking that those be revised so they are consistent with prior approvals. That's really more a housekeeping issue so that things are consistent from one document to the next. And then within those tables, asking to identify the student housing in 2 parts. So we're clearly identifying what is part of this phase and then how many units are remaining for a future phase. With regard to the criteria related to landscaping, we found that that's not directly applicable. However, the existing terrain and vegetation work together to mitigate impacts of the height, and that they are also proposing additional landscaping around the building as part of the development of this housing. So with that, the staff recommendation was approval of an amendment to the sanctuary's PUD/PBD final development plan to change the dimensional standards for the student housing building height from a maximum height of 35 feet, 3 stories, to a maximum height of 45 feet, 3 stories, subject to the condition that the tables on the cover sheet, which include site data, land use, and parking, are revised so the information is presented in a format that is consistent with past approvals, and that the temporary student housing is listed in 2 parts to clarify the number of units and bedrooms being constructed in this phase and the number of units and bedrooms for a future phase. So the second request relates to condition number 14 and requesting that that be removed. That condition is worded that the applicant agrees that the housing on the development will be temporary student housing, not permanent housing, and that the student housing will be privatized through either a lease arrangement or some other arrangement so that it can be separately taxed. So how do we get that condition? It was at the Planning Commission hearing in April of 2012 when we were reviewing the establishing the zone district, the final plan, and the preliminary plat. Staff came with a recommendation with 13 conditions of approval. Those all relate to things associated with the development of this site. Things like landscaping, erosion control, lighting plans, flood hazard development permits being required, utility construction, wildfire protection, the final plat, those types of things. So it was in the course of that Planning Commission meeting where the applicant's representative made an offering to have the student housing set up so that it could be privatized or separately taxed. And so in that meeting, that was when the language for condition 14 was developed. And this is very consistent throughout the report in the presentation here. And at the end of that hearing, Planning Commission approved the project, finding that it qualifies as a PUD and as subject to conditions 1 through 13 that were recommended by staff, with the addition of condition number 14 as suggested by the city attorney. And that had a motion and carried on a vote of 7-1. As per our regular process, this then went to City Council in June of 2012. And the staff report conveyed that Planning Commission recommendation with 14 conditions. And it was at the end of that City Council meeting where the city attorney clarified with the applicant's representative that they agree with all 14 conditions. And Mr. Bozeman, their representative, stated that they do not object to the conditions of approval. So City Council voted to approve that rezoning of the property to the PUD and approve that final development plan that was done with ordinance number 1162 in series 2012. And that's what established the parameters around which Charis Bible College can operate. So we're going to take a step back and talk briefly about land use and zoning law. Here in the state of Colorado, this is generally a matter of local concern. There are exceptions to that, and that's when the state deems an item or topic one of statewide concern. An example of that is the family childcare homes that we dealt with earlier this year. That was a requirement by the state that we amend our regulations to reflect what the state wanted that to look like. And then we run into instances where we have federal law that trumps what we're able to do. And in this particular conversation tonight, we're going to be talking about a federal law known as RLUIPA, or the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Person Act. This prohibits a local government from imposing or implementing land use regulation in a manner that imposes a substantial burden on the religious exercise of a religious assembly or institution, unless the government is able to demonstrate that the imposition on that assembly or institution is in the furtherance of a compelling governmental interest and is the least restrictive means of furthering that compelling governmental interest. When we look at Colorado land use and zoning law, where do we get our authority to even have these regulations? And it's through well, one part is through the part of our statutes that gives authority to the Planning Commission. That grant of power allows us to have that Planning Commission and have regulations around zoning where we can regulate and restrict height, number of stories, size of buildings and other structures, the percentage of a lot that may be occupied, size of yards, courts, and other open spaces, the density of population, the height and location of trees and other vegetation, and the location and use of buildings, structures, and land for trade, industry, residence, or other purposes. With the subdivision regulations or subdivision laws, that enabling legislation includes the statement that the commission has the power to impose use, height, area, or bulk requirements or restrictions governing buildings and premises within the subdivision if such requirements or restrictions do not authorize the violation of the then effective zoning ordinance of the municipality. And then there's another section of law that addresses PUD specifically. And this is where we are given that wide discretion and flexibility in establishing that PUD and in terms of how we regulate the uses and in mitigating of the uses that go within those PUDs. So within our current zoning regulations, we look at this particular request. And it was back in June of 2012 that the city council concluded that the PUD standards had been met and established this zone district. With this particular request, there's no standards in our ordinance to review. The criteria listed in that city code is not applicable to this request. And you will notice back from everything that I just listed around that legislation that talks about how we are able to do planning and subdivision. Nowhere in there does it say that we are able to mandate ownership or regulate tax status of a property or use. So that is just not within our legal jurisdiction. So with that, it was because of all that that staff determination is that the city never had the legal authority to regulate or mandate ownership or tax exempt status. And then it's our recommendation that condition 14 be removed. Excuse me. So with that, we're not done with the presentation. Our city attorney has some additional guidance she would like to provide.
Thank you, Karen. As stated in Planning Director's staff report, the city never had the legal authority to regulate or mandate ownership or tax exempt status. First, this is not a standard of review for consideration in the PUD chapter of our code. It's not anywhere in Title 18, the city's land use code, or anywhere in the Woodland Park Charter or municipal code. There was no basis for this condition in the PUD or any land use application. And there is no basis for any municipality in Colorado to impose a condition within any of their local land use authorities, including state statutes, whether that be the Planning Commission statutes, subdivision, or PUD Colorado revised statutes. In fact, cities or local governments do not have jurisdiction over tax exempt status of anyone, let alone nonprofits and religious organizations. This all being said, I do not believe that there is anything technically prohibiting the property owner from either finding a way to comply with condition number 14 or proposing an alternative solution that achieves the same results without jeopardizing their tax exempt status. However, any attempts by the city to enforce this condition in a court of law would likely fail. State law, as well as Colorado Constitution, are quite clear on the issue, and court interpretation of these provisions are by and far favorable to religious exemption seekers. One case points out that neither tax officials nor courts should evaluate the religiousness of the use of a property, because that kind of intrusive inquiry could lead to the excessive entanglement with religion in violation of the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. Colorado Revised Statute 39.3.106 states property, real and personal, which is owned and used solely and exclusively for religious purposes and not for private gain or corporate profit, shall be exempt from the levy and collection of property tax. Furthermore, Colorado Constitution Article 10, Section 5 states property, real and personal, that is used solely and exclusively for religious worship, for schools, or for strictly charitable purposes, and not held for private or corporate profit, shall be exempt from taxation unless otherwise provided by general law. As Karen stated, we must also be mindful of RLUIPA, the Federal Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, which gives churches and other religious institutions a way to minimize or avoid zoning law restrictions on their property. Congress passed this law in 2000 after hearing testimony that land use and zoning regulations were burdening the ability of religious institutions to adequately practice their religions in violation of the United States Constitution. Karen explained that this law states that no government shall impose or implement a land use regulation in a manner that imposes substantial burden on the religious exercise of a person, and that includes a religious assembly or institution, unless the government demonstrates that the imposition of the burden on that person, assembly, or institution is in furtherance of a compelling governmental interest and is the least restrictive means of furthering that compelling governmental interest. RLUIPA also creates 3 additional related causes of actions for churches and religious institutions. They include the equal terms claim, non-discrimination claim, and a total exclusion or unreasonable limitation claim. Finally, you do not need to be an attorney to realize that courts have been extremely deferential to the rights of religious institutions in recent years. Therefore, in conclusion, as we sit here today, there is still no current legal basis to require the applicant to follow through on this prior 2012 commitment or to maintain that such a condition relating to an institution's valid tax exemption status. I will now pass it back to Karen.
Thank you. So as this has gone through the public hearing process, you may recall that Planning Commission conducted a hearing on these same requests on June 21st. And from that, they considered both of these requests separately through 2 different motions. And so with request number 1, the height change, they recommend approval of the amendment to the sanctuary's PUD, PBD final development plan to change that dimensional standard for the student housing building height from that maximum of 35 feet or 3 stories to a maximum height of 45 feet and 3 stories, based on the findings contained in that staff report and as presented at the public hearing, subject to the condition that staff had recommended, specifically that the tables on the cover sheet that include site data, land use, and parking are revised so that the information is presented in a format that is consistent with past approvals, and the temporary student housing is listed in 2 parts to clarify the number of units and bedrooms being constructed in this phase and the number of units and bedrooms for a future phase. When it came to request number 2 related to condition 14, they came to the conclusion that the housing on the development should remain temporary student housing, not permanent housing, but that as it relates to the student housing being privatized through either a lease agreement arrangement or some other arrangement so that it can be separately taxed, the Planning Commission recommends, acting on part on the advice of the city attorney, that the city council is the appropriate body to assess that part of the requested modification, including consideration of the RLUIPA claims alleged by the applicant. So what you have in front of you this evening, in terms of a final recommendation, is ordinance number 1427, series 2022. And I do want to note that at initial posting, I'm sure you noticed that within that ordinance, it said is or is not approved or is not authorized or recommended. So what you have in front of you this evening, to be consistent with the staff report, finds that it's been modified to reflect that the height change and the removal of condition 14 is appropriate and is approved if this ordinance is passed. So the staff recommendation is that City Council move to approve ordinance 1427 based on the findings contained in the staff report and as presented at public hearings. This is an ordinance amending the PUD PBD for the sanctuary located at 800 Gospel Truth Way with a legal description of Lot 1, the sanctuary, Woodland Park, Colorado, to increase the student housing building height and remove a past condition of approval. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Karen.
You're welcome.
All right, we're going to go ahead and let the applicant give their presentation now. Council, just remember, take your notes and keep those for when it's your turn to speak, please. And audience, I'd like to remind you to please keep your cheers and boos to yourselves if you could. I know it's an emotional hearing and I appreciate how you feel on either side, but for the sake of professionalism, please try to keep your comments to yourselves. Thank you. Please proceed. Thank
Great.
you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Chris Lieber. I'm with NES, a landscape architect and planner. And I want to begin by thanking you for the opportunity for us to present our request for an amendment to the existing sanctuary PUD. And I understand if I ask for next slide, we'll be able to advance here.
Well, there's Rusty. Hi, Rusty.
That's an unexpected slide.
The next council member as Rusty is removed.
If I could please have the next slide. Great. Thank you. So tonight, obviously, I'm here on behalf of Andrew Womack Ministries and Charis Bible College, but I'm also joined by a team of folks. And first of all, from the AWM and Charis Bible College, Richard Harris, Chris Cease, John Reich, and Daniel Bennett. From Nussbaum, Spear, and Gleason, Andrew Nussbaum and Ed Gleason. From Catamount Engineering, I understand he's not here tonight, but I want to introduce the rest of the team. David Majerus, LSC Transportation, conducted the traffic report, Jeff Hodgson, and from Kingdom Design Group, Seth Emerson. So this is certainly a great team that has been working on this project, certainly for many months and really bringing this forward. I want to emphasize that our request tonight is really focused on two items. And I think Karen did a great job of framing that. Number one is a request to increase the building height for the student housing from 35 feet to 45 feet. And second is a removal of note number 14 that really pertains to privatization and property tax. So what we'll be doing tonight is I want to divide our presentation really into two parts. I will be addressing the building height issue, and then I will turn it over to Andrew Nussbaum to speak to the note number 14, really the second half. So if I get next slide, please. So in my presentation, I'm going to be talking about really a couple of things. And when we talk about building height, I think the question of reasonableness certainly comes into play. And I think to talk about that in the context of the site, so that physical context, and that really has to do with how visible might this increase in height be. But it also is important to talk about in terms of the context of the existing PUD and a lot of the other development that has already been approved and was approved back in 2012. So next slide, please. So first of all, when we talk about context overall and that physical context, it's important to remember that this is a campus and there are choices about where the student housing is located. In this particular case, it's strategically located in a center portion of the site because largely that helps provide buffer, if you will, from adjacent properties. But it also makes a big difference in terms of visibility. But in terms of planning context, this particular proposal is obviously very consistent with both the city's master plan. It's part of what is considered Area B. And if you look at the specific language for that, it specifically considers student housing as one of those allowable uses. But not only that, the many other uses that are on the campus, and each of those have a different building height. All of that has been approved as part of that 2012 PUD. Next, please. What you'll see in this slide, of course, are the boundaries of the sanctuary PUD. And I think what's important here is that that red circle really represents where the student housing is proposed. And again, when we talk about that physical context, it is really located centrally within the campus. And then we have the significant buffer really to the north and west, which is the National Forest land. I also think it's important to note that the area surrounding this is heavily vegetated and that the design really is about carving that space for the housing within that existing campus. Next, please. The current PUD already allows and it has already approved 3 stories. And I know there's been some questions perhaps that this increase in height is about adding another story. I want to be very clear that what is proposed remains a 3-story building. And while that previous approved plan was for 35 feet, I'm going to talk a little bit about why that need to extend the height. Next, please. This is the specific site plan, and you can see how the buildings here are really kind of arranged. I'm going to call it kind of a horseshoe, and that is so that the buildings sit just off the edge of what is a ridge, which is the center. And why that is important is because the buildings then step down the hillside. So overall, what we're able to do is essentially reduce the effective height. The other key to this is if you're familiar with the term walkout, a walkout building. On the side of the buildings, that center area where you see the parking and that horseshoe shape, and for all of the buildings, the portion where you access the buildings, we have 2 stories, 2-story height. Why that matters? Because then we're again able to drop the building further down the hillside. On the back side, that's where we have the 3 stories exposed. Again, it's important not just for visibility, but also from a fire and life safety perspective, because access and for fire trucks, for instance, would be coming on the high side of the building. And what really matters is the height of the sill, the window sill on that upper story. And on that second story, that height is right at 27 feet. So even though we have a building that's 45 feet, from a rescue perspective, what's really important is understanding where those heights and thresholds. So this, from a fire perspective and from a visibility perspective from the inside, this presents itself as the buildings present themselves as a 2-story building. Next, please. To help with the buffering, the robust landscape plan has been provided, and that's really, again, to augment all of the existing vegetation and the mature forest that is around and really surrounds this property and provides that upslope. Next, please. This is a section through the building, and Karen also provided that, and I think she did a great job of describing what this is about. The fact that we have the 2-story again on the inside and we have the 3-story on the outside. Your code specifically talks about an average height. And when we look at this, again, we have a height of over 45 feet on the 3-story side and a height of approximately 30 feet on the inside of the building for an average of just over 40 feet. It's possible, and I want to emphasize this, it is possible to do a 3-story building at 35 feet. The challenge with that, I would argue, is that it's not good architecture. You can't provide the kind of architecture that is that kind of woodland park, mountain type aesthetic if you're going to put a flat roof on a 3-story building. And we would certainly argue that being able to provide these gables, and while that gable space isn't another floor, it is certainly critical for that aesthetic. Not only does it fit in with the rest of the campus, but we feel it does a much better job of fitting in with the community as a whole. There's some other subtle pieces to the architecture that I think are important that have a lot to do with the perceived height of the building. You can see the porches, you can see the architectural articulation where they're pulled out both on the 2-story side and the 3-story side. By doing that, that very specifically is a design move that helps change how that building is perceived. If we just simply had straight walls, it feels much taller than perhaps I believe this building will. So again, we believe this is good architecture, and this increase in building height lets us achieve that. Next, please. We did some modeling and tried to understand, well, where might the buildings be visible from. And in this particular case, we happen to be here at the corner of Highway 24 and Trout Creek Road. And we had to, in this model, project ourselves about 75 feet into the air to get above the vegetation to then see where both you could see then the Bible College, and you can begin to see the proposed student housing. And that's really the case as you go around the site. And largely that's because of all of the existing vegetation, but also the topography, with Trout Creek Road being certainly lower elevation and Highway 24 at this point. But as it climbs, there's also a ridge that I know you're familiar with this corridor that really begins to separate not just this proposed student housing, but the campus overall. So if I may have the next slide. Now we're really down at ground level where you'd be from the window of a car. And you can see that at this point, not only would the student housing not be visible, but all of the Charis Bible College also vanishes from view. And again, that's really because of topography and vegetation. Next slide, please. So when we look at this project from a planning perspective, we need to follow the criteria. And in doing so, there really are four criteria that we need to meet for this amendment. First of all, this piece I call all about this first criteria is all about compliance and what I call compatibility. I also call this the reasonableness test. And this asks questions about visibility. It asks about compatibility with the overall site. We certainly believe we check the box with review criteria number one. Next, please. Your second criteria has to do with proper notification. And we know that that has occurred, that has taken place. Karen has been great in kind of guiding us through that process. Next, please, criteria number three. This also has to do with the approval process. We're here tonight. We've obviously been to Planning Commission. We very much appreciated their support and understanding of our request when it comes to building height. Next, please. And then finally, number four also is a process question. Again, we are here tonight to really fulfill that process step. So with that, next, please. At this point, I'm going to turn our presentation over to Andrew Nussbaum to talk a little bit about a note number 14, condition number 14, and the taxation issue. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for that presentation, Chris. My name is Andrew Nussbaum. Chris introduced most of the people with us from the ministry, but I also wanted to recognize Andrew Wirtz, Stephanie Curry, and Mike Pickett, who are also here on behalf of the ministry. It's my honor to represent the ministry before you this evening. My comments are brief. The ministry's legal position is detailed in its letter brief to council on March 2nd, which can be found in the agenda for tonight's meeting starting at page 58. My remarks, moreover, largely mirror the city attorney's, Ms. Williams. I agree with Ms. Williams's bottom line that condition 14 was illegal from the start and that any attempt to enforce it will fail. I want to highlight 2 points. First, the illegality of condition 14, and second, the ministry's commitment to being a good citizen to the city of Woodland Park. First, I agree with Ms. Williams that condition 14 of the ministry's 2012 PUD had no place in the PUD process. A PUD should be approved if it meets the technical land use criteria in Woodland Park City Code section 18.30. Karen had a very nice list of the first 13 conditions of approval. Those are all typical land use issues, things like drainage and traffic impacts. By contrast, tax revenue, tax exemption, the public benefit of the ministry, and the religious character of Charis have no place in the PUD process. The second thing I want to emphasize is that I agree with Ms. Williams that state law puts taxation of Charis beyond the powers of the city. Charis and the ministry are religious not-for-profit institutions exempt from property tax under the Constitution of Colorado, Colorado State Statute, and the Woodland Park City Code. I won't restate those provisions that Ms. Williams already quoted, but I will just emphasize that both Colorado State Statute and the Colorado Constitution use mandatory language. Religious institutions shall be exempt from property tax exemption. They're mandatory. You have no discretion in the matter. What this means in practice is that the people of Colorado have made property tax exemption for religious schools a matter of statewide concern. You heard Karen use that term earlier. It's a term of art. When an issue is regulated at the state level, a city cannot make local laws that are contrary to that state level regulation. Yet despite this, Condition 14 attempts to tax a religious institution made tax exempt by state law. I think it's important to remember the common sense reasons Colorado has decided to exempt religious institutions from property taxes. Religious institutions do incredible good work for the communities they serve. They minister to the spiritual and material needs of the community. Colorado has wisely said that it wants to encourage that. Religious institutions are also charitable institutions, holding in trust donations from others. People do not donate to charity to pay government taxes, but to further the mission of their not-for-profit for choice. And as Ms. Williams explained, Colorado has exempted religious ministries from property taxes to avoid entangling the government in questions of religion, precisely what this city council is having to consider tonight because of its decision to adopt Condition 14. Third, Condition 14 requires Caris to privatize student housing. There are 2 points to make about the privatization requirement of Condition 14. One is it's unworkable. Caris actually entertained several proposals from private companies to build and run student housing. What became clear to Caris in that process is that there was no private investor capable of running student housing in line with Caris's values and mission. Among other things, Caris has well-defined goals and parameters for student life that no private developer could honor. Moreover, private developers wanted the option to house non-Caris students in the units, which from the ministry standpoint would fundamentally undermine the student dorms as well student dorms, part of the unique experience of attending Caris. Additionally, part of Caris and its founders' goal is to make room and board as inexpensive as possible so students can access the life-changing curriculum provided by the college. No private developer whose primary interest in the project was its profitability could run the dorms consistent with the college's charitable mission. Not only was relying on a private developer unworkable, privatization would also force Caris to give up a focal point of its religious mission and character. Student housing at Caris, like any religious college, will be a center for forming students in a Christian life. Prayer groups, Bible studies, fellowship, and rules based in the gospel's vision for a well-ordered, virtuous life will be essential aspects of Caris's student housing. Condition 14, on the other hand, purports to force Caris to give up these essentially religious qualities to a for-profit secular business that does not share Caris's religious identity or mission. Fourth, and finally, I agree with Ms. Williams that were the city to move ahead with Condition 14, that would be a violation of the ministry's federal rights under the First Amendment and a law known as the Religious Land Use Act. Those laws, those federal laws, prohibit a city from singling out a religious institution like the ministry for adverse treatment. As Ms. Williams explained, not removing Condition 14 would do precisely that. Were the city to adhere to Condition 14, it would face substantial civil liability. So in short, the ministry agrees with Ms. Williams that the city lacked power to impose Condition 14, and any attempt to enforce it in court will fail. That's the law. But I'd like to conclude with the assurance that the ministry is deeply committed to being a good citizen of Woodland Park. That has been its consistent commitment to the city since it moved here more than a decade ago, including when it appeared before the city council in 2012 and 2015 regarding its PUD. This commitment to being a good neighbor is part of the ministry's Christian beliefs. Over the last decade, the ministry has lived out its commitment to Christian charity in many ways, including committing thousands of hours of community service to local nonprofits, giving over $500,000 to local organizations, including substantial donations to the Sheriff's Department, the Regional Health District, the Ambulance First Responders, the Rampart Library District, Habitat for Humanity. and directly funding city infrastructure at its own expense by looping the water line that dead-ended at the UC Health Hospital to ensure the hospital would not experience water shortages. These kinds of charitable acts will remain the ministry's commitment to this city. The ministry understands that there is concern in the city that the ministry's development of student housing will strain city infrastructure. Although that concern isn't directly relevant to the question before this body tonight, the ministry hears that concern and is ready to do something about it. It would like to continue its moral commitment to being a good citizen by making a one-time, non-binding donation of $250,000 to the City Utilities Department to help purchase additional water rights needed for the expansion of student housing. Let me repeat that. The city is prepared tonight to donate $250,000 to the city to help defray costs of its student housing development. Now, being a lawyer, and in light of the circumstances under which I'm speaking to you tonight, I need to make a few disclaimers. This donation is a donation. It's a non-binding and sets no precedent. It's a gift that, because it's a gift, cannot be enforced in a court of law. It is simply a continuation of an oft-repeated pattern based in the ministry's religious beliefs. Time and again, the ministry has learned of a need in the city, and quietly, it has stepped up to do what it can to help. That was the commitment the ministry made to this council a decade ago, and that is its continuing commitment tonight. I'm hopeful that the ministry's offer of this substantial donation to the city will be seen as such, a sign of good faith and of the ministry's commitment to securing the future of Woodland Park. I want to conclude by offering my thanks. The ministry is grateful to this council's service, to the Planning Commission's service, and to the city officials' service. We're also grateful to the citizens of Woodland Park for making this community a beautiful place to live. The ministry asks that the council follow the law as explained by the city attorney and vote to remove condition 14 tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And we're going to go ahead and move on now to public comment. And I'm going to go ahead and start with, I think John Gomes is here on behalf of the fire department to speak. I'm going to go ahead and start with the fire department, and then we're going to move on with public comment. And I'd just like to remind everyone that public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. And Mr. Gomes, I'd appreciate it if you could stay to 3 minutes.
No problem. Again, my name is John Gomes. I'm the chairman of the board for the Northeast Teller County Fire Protection District. I'm here with Chief Tyler Lambert. We're both going to speak, and I'll try and keep it as brief as possible, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
And thank you, council members, for listening. You know, I want to make something real clear. We're not lawyers, we're firefighters. We try and serve this community the best we can. Just like in our mission statement, we try and do everything to provide the best customer service with highly trained personnel that care about this community and care about it through honor, integrity, and commitment and compassion. With that, I will say, when condition 14 was approved by the council back in 2012, and then listening to what was said tonight, I guess my first response is, why didn't either the ministry or why didn't the council bring up from a legal standpoint at that time that this could not be done, that you could not tax somebody? And what I'll say is, shame on you. Shame on everybody for doing that. There's a team of lawyers here. There's a team of professionals that sit on council, not you, but back in 2012, somebody should have realized that what they were doing was illegal, because the basis for a lot of what we were going to talk about tonight, which we heard 5 minutes ago from the city attorney, is pretty much negated. So I think we'll shift our viewpoint to an explanation of how our funding is obtained at the fire department and where we're at. And I'll do that as quick as I can here. Our funding, 99% of our budget comes from property taxes. Without property taxes, we don't get sales tax. We don't get taxes from the DDA. We don't get taxes from the Bible College. Yet our calls for service, just like everybody else, is going up. We had in the last 3 years, 321 call increase. In the last 5 years, 379 call increase. And what we also have is 22% of all of those are back-to-back calls. So we may have a traffic accident in one location, a medical in another location, or a fire in one location and something else in the other. You know, overall, the assessor in the county determines the property tax values, of course. And just a rough guess, just between the DDA and the ministry, we're losing $300,000 a year. Yet our equipment is getting older. Our master plan, just like the city's master plan, talks about where you want to go, our staffing levels. We're having only 4 firefighters out now when we should have 6. We have a ladder truck to fight high-rise buildings. That's aging. Cost of a new ladder truck is $1.5 million. Our whole budget is only $2.6 million. So I would just ask you all to keep all of this in mind in the future when you look at exempting different organizations. And I understand the law. I understand if somebody is legally exempt, so be it. We don't make the laws, but we also have to provide, and we will continue to provide the best service we can to our community, our residents, this city, the ministry, everybody else, because that's what we do. Chief.
All right, we're going to go ahead now and start with the list that I have. And Kelly Strong, I don't know if they're present or on. There's Kelly, I see her. So she's going to go ahead and come on up to the podium. When you guys see your name, we'll have you come on up to the podium. We'll give you your 4 seconds back too. I see.
I don't think I have 3 minutes worth here, so.
Very good.
Okay. Well, I'm Kelly Strong and I've lived in Teller County and Woodland Park for more than 30 years. I raised my kids here and for most of that time, I've really enjoyed living here. 10 years ago, Mr. Womack came here and said he wanted to be part of this community and locate his nonprofits here. His unaccredited college, Caris, and also the little mentioned Truth and Liberty Coalition, an extreme political action organization also claiming nonprofit status at the same location. Now here we are 10 years later, and he talks about spies in our schools and threatens expensive litigation and basically makes us feel more like he wants to take over our town rather than be part of it. It looks like our property taxes and insurance rates will surely increase due to the fact that our fire department and first responders do not have the resources needed to assure our safety. Mr. Womack promised to abide by agreements that he knew were unenforceable. He actually got you, he felt like he tricked Woodland Park into giving away your power, our power. It's very disheartening. So he's since ignored his promises and he wants to avoid paying their fair share of what it takes to be a community. It reveals what they are truly prioritizing, and that is keeping as much of their profits as possible. Will this housing for Caris be for students only? Will it house the Truth and Liberty staff, interns, guests? How much will they pay? How do we know? How long will they live there? What is temporary? There are a lot of unanswered questions about this housing and the impacts it has on our community and us. I personally question Caris Bible College and Truth or Liberty Coalition's tax status, and so can anyone. It is a form, IRS 13909, anyone in this room can do that, find that form and fill it out. And you have an opportunity when you do this one-page, very simple form to contest or to complain about the tax status of an organization. You can mark that you want to be anonymous because you're afraid of retaliation and retribution. I think those are legitimate concerns, and so much so that they have put it on an IRS form. So as a longtime resident of this community, I am weighing in on collecting taxes, fines, dues, or whatever it is possible from these entities that are putting us at a higher risk. And I'd also ask that we all question the nonprofit status of these organizations, an unaccredited college and a political action coalition. And that's all I really have. And I hope that you haven't given away all of your power and that you can do something, and that maybe we, the community, the people who have lived here for years and raised our families here, will have a chance to keep our community. Thank you very
Ms. Strong.
much.
Audience, I'm going to have to ask you to refrain from that, please. All right, Marietta Dodson is next on the list.
Thank you. My name's Marietta Dodson. My husband and I have been residents of Woodland Park for 2 years. We're taxpayers, by the way. We're both firmly against anything that Andrew Womack does. I'll say it now. Especially after reneging on their 2012 agreement, which now sounds like the previous city council didn't know what they were talking about. So I'm going to start with this. Andrew Womack Industries is a revenue generating machine hiding behind a 501c tax exempt status. They're not a church in Woodland Park, only a Bible college, which the founders worth an estimated $10 million. AWM began in 1995 with a net worth of $2 million, growing to approximately $68 million in 2018, with property and equipment assets in a value of $103 million. According to Ministry Watch, in an article dated April 22 of this year, AWMI is #1 on their list of ministries with negative net worth since racking up $25.9 million in debt, building the $99 million campus. Assets at the time of that writing were a negative 22.1 versus 51.6 million in revenue. Womack said, and I quote, "Going into debt was a mistake, and now wants to tear up the agreement he agreed with the city." Making the argument that partnering with a for-profit entity would endanger Womack Ministries' tax exempt status under the IRS code. In an article dated November 17th of 2021 in the Mountain Jackpot News from Cripple Creek, Andrew Womack is quoted giving several sources of generated sales revenue and tax dollars to the area at an open house in November, similar to $250,000 donation. However, the very resources of all Woodland Park citizens, businesses, other churches, and Caris depend upon fire, EMT, and police protection. They are all paid for by property taxes, not sales taxes. By the way, Womack also claims tax exemption at most of the retail stores in Woodland Park. John Gomes spoke very, very well for most of everything that I was going to say. The only thing I'm concerned about, I live on the other side of the hill from the Bible college. What are we going to do about light pollution? Where's the water? Where is the water treatment? Who's going to pay for all of this? Because I know they've already said they're not going to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Brenda Giamo.
Hello, thank you so much. I always get nervous doing these things, so bear with me. We don't have to give our address or anything, or no, okay. I have been working for the ministry for about 17 years now, and I am a resident of Woodland Park for going on 5 years now. It is a wonderful community. My son goes to school here, and I love this community. We used to live in the Springs. I gotta say, the Springs has gone downhill a lot, but I feel like Woodland Park has retained that credibility. And I just also feel like the ministry, from my experience of working through the ministry, I've seen just how much it has given to the community. I'm part of a local school here that he's given to help build a fence around the school. So I've seen that. So and on top of that, Andrew gives away teachings, tons of teachings for free. You could call the ministries and ask for teaching for free. So if you want to, you can get that teaching. And the reason Andrew generates income is because of people that believe in his message, not because he's trying to rake in a profit. It's more because people really believe in what he's doing in the heart. And I've seen life-changing things happen through the ministry in whole. And by giving out free teachings that have changed people's life, people want to give. As part of being a part of the ministry, I've also given as partnership to help. And that's how he generates his income. And I know that I've seen, we have tons and tons of testimonies, not only that coming through our phone center of life changings, not just in Woodland Park, but throughout the whole world. And it's just a blessing to see that. And I know he's making a difference in this community, even though sometimes it's harder to see when, stuff, sometimes people don't always see things that they haven't heard, or they hear certain things because, of course, news articles sometimes slant things to a certain vision. But I know that being a part of the ministry has been a huge blessing, has changed my life. And I've seen the charitable works through the years of being with ministry. And I know that there's a need for housing. Part of the issue here is housing. And the reason housing is so high also up here is not necessarily just, it's because the school's here. So we do need student housing, and to have student housing would definitely help with even the people that want to come and buy a house, because it is really hard to buy a house that is affordable for families. And we were blessed to actually find a house that we can renovate. And so that was a huge blessing in the community. So if we just continue to build the housing and make that as cheap as we can for the students, because students, when they come in, any college and every college requires some kind of housing, and Woodland Park is not meeting that need right now. Instead, we have people going down to the Springs, living in their cars, and we really do need the housing to be affordable and a place for people to come and have a life-changing experience about being part of this ministry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. There's no need to be nervous. You did just fine. Okay, next up is Kyle Garrett.
Hello, my name is Kyle Garrett, as you said. First of all, I'd like to thank the City Council for your service to the community and for giving them your time. Appreciate it. I would like to address one thing tonight that I feel like no one's really talking about. And the narrative from some in the community is that Caris is this big drain on emergency services because they don't pay property taxes. But what no one wants to talk about is all the people that have come here, all the staff, all the students that have bought homes here or are renting that are contributing property tax directly. So if they're renting, they're paying their rent, which the landlord then takes that property tax for. And I would argue that the property taxpayer base has expanded since Caris got here. So to say that the college and the ministry is just a drain and is not contributing, I feel like is absolutely not accurate. But I also think the one thing that we can all agree, both sides of this issue, is that we all support our emergency services. And if they're that underfunded, then as a community and as a county, we need to come together and figure out how we can better support them and how we can fund the needs of our emergency services. I would like to just encourage the council to approve the amendment tonight. I feel like the sooner we can break ground on student housing and free up more housing here in our community, it's going to be the best thing for everyone. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next up, we have Tracy Bennett.
Thank you, council. I'm Tracy Bennett, and I also have one of my board members from the Firefighters Fund from the Hayman Fire 20 years ago. 20 years ago, our local firefighters went beyond the call of duty to protect our homes and businesses and forests during the Hayman Fire. The Firefighters Fund raised over $100,000 and an estimated $1 million in supplies that were distributed to the area fire departments. I'm not sure how many people are here tonight that experienced that in person, but it was a major community effort that most of us survived. Today, we have a situation where a local organization has changed their minds regarding student housing at their facility just west of town. An original PUD was approved by the planning department and city council at that time based on a conditions of approval agreed to by the representative from Caris. 10 years later, they're claiming foul and changing their minds by saying this person was not authorized to make this commitment for them and that the thing was illegal. If this was an issue then, why wasn't it addressed in a timely fashion? Apparently, there's not a statute of limitations for changes to legally approved government documents. These actions do not seem neighborly or in the best interest of our community, yet in lieu of a lawsuit, they're probably going to get their way at the expense of the rest of us. According to our local fire department, Netco's made over 125 calls to Caris in the last 6 years. None of these calls were financially contributed to by Caris. Did you realize that our fire department is understaffed by 6 full-time department firefighters? And the 12 that are there currently full-time are rotating schedules to cover our entire area. Cost to hire and outfit a full-time firefighter runs about $88,000 a year, with about $5,000 spent for equipment and wildland personal protection equipment. Our fire department has no funding to grow and fill the staff. Of the $2.6 million budget, 99% of their budget comes from property taxes. Those taxes being paid by you and me as property owners in the area and not by Caris, who's requesting to change their plans to religious status and not private status for the housing. We pay for the employees and equipment of our fire departments. If our fire rescue folks are on a call to Caris and another call comes in, that second call will have to wait. If you're in an accident and our fire rescue folks are at Caris, you'll have to wait. The people not paying for the services will get the service and the rest of us will wait. 22% of the calls are back-to-back calls, and there's up to almost 1,500 calls a year right now. Sales tax monies, while Caris claims will grow with their students, does not go to the fire department and emergency services. The DDA monies raised from improvements in the DDA district do not go to the fire department and emergency services, but to the DDA funding accounts. We need to find a solution, whether it be a special sales tax or a mill levy increase, to come up with the $528,000 that we need just to hire on 6 people to get a full staff at our local fire department. If Caris isn't going to step up and be part of the solution, we need to put our heads together and come up with a plan. I implore the city council to take this issue seriously and implement action to solve this problem now. Remember, this is Woodland Park, not Cement City, and we need to be prepared not to go up in flames. By the end of the night, I hope you remember this from Matthew 22. Render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. One's obligation is not an either or, but a harmonious and seamless obligation to both at once. Taxes or some compensation should be paid to the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Jean Harris.
My name is Gene Harris. I'm a resident of Woodland Park and a taxpayer here, and I've agreed with a number of things kind of brought by both sides. But the bottom line is staff recommends going forward with both requests. State law and federal law supports the tax exempt status. So kind of the easy short answer is avoid a lawsuit that will cost me, a taxpayer, money and go along with staff's recommendation. Evidently, it's my understanding that the DDA provides a 10-year tax exemption to new businesses that come into town. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's not correct. Okay, if they provide any kind of tax exemptions as far as property tax, that's depleting that reserve of money. There's a lot of complaints about the law that has been heard tonight. So what's the solution? Work to change the law. And as the last lady said, let's come up with solutions as a community to fund the fire department if there's a shortfall. And if that means banding together somehow and changing laws, maybe that's the best way to do it. Change the laws. Because right now the law is very clear, it seems. And this is a losing proposition to try to force this through. So that's really all I have to say. Thank you for your time. This is a very difficult and emotional, as some other people have said, thing that we're dealing with. So thank you for your consideration of all of this. It's not an easy decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Tim Northrup.
Thank you, Tim Northrup. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for letting me speak tonight, especially since I neglected to bring any popcorn.
I did mention it.
Oh. When I first heard about this taxable issue, about being on a non-taxable property, it just didn't make sense to me. You know, it was like oxymoron, didn't make any sense. So in looking forward through this, and I got the information, and I read Mr. Harris's letter that was in the planning thing. And I won't go through all the details because I'm sure you've read it and they've already spoken on it. Mr. Nussbaum has spoken on it. Basically, I urge you to remove 14 off of the agreement because it's invalid, unenforceable, and void. The second condition really has to do with the fire department, which many people have spoken about. It's a separate issue, but of course it's related. Now, we know college has done some good things and they're good neighbors. One thing I noticed though, there aren't any fraternity houses or sorority houses that I know of. I think that would be a positive for the police department and the fire department. They don't have to go there. Anyway, side note. Impact fees, you know, the fire department brought that up. And of course, that's a taxable issue, so that's not going to work against the property. But as people mentioned, a good idea to think outside the box. Let's, you know, we know property tax is what is currently funding. Maybe we can put a millage on sales tax, lodging fees, that kind of thing. I don't really know what's possible. That's up for you in the city to figure out. But I know we got an awesome city staff and they'll be working great with the fire department and coming up with a great solution. I believe that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Patience Selevsky.
Mayor Labar, could you ask for the name to be restated?
I'm sorry, what, Rusty?
Could you have the name restated, please?
The first name is Patience, and I may,
me.
Would you like to pronounce your last name?
Patience Solanke.
Oh, good, I said it right, okay.
Yes, you did, yes.
Did you hear that, Rusty?
I did, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I'd like to say thank you to the City Council for this meeting and for your time. And also thank you to our own team on this side. If Caris Bible College is a 501c, which means it's exempted, and whatever happened in the past happened. But I thank you for your brilliant minds in trying to put things right. And I agree with Mrs. Williams. It's exempted. That is what it is. We can't change that law. That's just how it is. If the fire department needs more funding, then we can find better ways to fund them. And we just need to adhere to the law, and that is, it's exempted, and that's what it should be. And I just thank you for your time and your brilliant minds and making this decision. And thank you to our team also. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dennis Werner. Oh, Denise. I got a last name right and a first name wrong.
I want to say thank you to you guys, Mayor, and the rest of you, and the fire department. My family has a home that's been here 45 years that all of Teller County firefighters saved. So thank you so much for the High Park Fire. To me, everything here is pretty black and white, and the gal here read, you know, what should happen tonight. Follow the law to a T. So that's pretty much why we're here. things I want to point out is 10 years ago, people seem to have lost sight that it was a for-profit person that made that agreement for privatized housing. And right now what we're doing through the Andrew Womack Ministries is student housing through the 501c3, which is clearly tax exempt. The amended PUD now is, sorry, I'm losing track of my notes. I got a little nervous here. I didn't think I would be. But anyways, it's two separate issues. That one is basically null and void because of how things were set up, the privatization of everything. Other things that some people have mentioned tonight is the hundreds of thousands, if not more, that CARES and AW have contributed to the community here. And something that has not been mentioned is 10 years before the Andrew Womack Ministries took possession of this property, a mistake in the piping system, the water piping system. The system had not been installed properly, and Andrew Womack Ministries, out of their own pockets, paid $750,000 approximately to fix this. And to my knowledge, they've never asked for reimbursement from the city. They did it. It needed to be done. They did it. They took care of it. So everybody just, the angry voices are the loud voices. So people hear what the loud voices are saying. The good guys, for lack of a better term, in this situation, they're quieter, they're following the letter of the law. And so the community, some of the community just doesn't understand what's going on here. And that's why it's great that we all have an opportunity to talk about these things. Another thing I want to point out is myself, my family, who's been in the community for 40-something years. We do all contribute tax-wise. Half of the clothes and the jewelry I'm wearing came from a private boutique here who I paid taxes to. When I go to City Market, I pay taxes. When I go to the gas pump, when I go to Walmart, when I go to the restaurants, all locally, I pay my taxes. The $300,000 condo I live in, I'm paying my taxes. The $600,000 to $700,000 home I'm about to buy, I pay my taxes. The 3 vehicles we own, we pay our taxes. So we're not, anybody associated with Andrew Womack or CARES is not a hindrance on the community. And the other part of it is all the good things we do, as a couple people have mentioned. This ministry isn't about money by any means. It is not about profit. They are contributing so positively, which is again the reason why religious entities are allowed to be the 501c tax exempt status, is because we're giving to the community in so many ways, and fundraising and charity and all that, plus all the good deeds, so to speak, that the majority of religious organizations do.
Ms. Werner, I don't mean to be rude. but
Yes,
your
I know I
time is
ran
up.
out of time. But anyways, and then on a personal note, I have to say this. I'm also personally invested, because if it wasn't for God using Andrew Womack Ministries, I'd probably be 6 feet under right now. Their ministry saves lives, this one included. So
Thank
I
you.
just had to say that too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and just so the audience knows, council really likes to take a break at 9 o'clock, so we're going to be doing that. And it will be, will council live with a 10-minute break? Is that okay? Okay. All right. Next up is Aaron Helstrom.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Helsham. I'm a retired Marine Master Sergeant, 22 years. I live in Woodland Park. And I'm here tonight to address some misnomers of our Constitution and the rights and laws that are enshrined in that Constitution that I fought 22 years to defend, and that our brothers and sisters have been buried under a flag to defend. And I have people tonight talking about fair share. That's a Marxist mentality that is not in our Constitution, because if we want to talk fair share, what if veterans got in power and said, We don't think those who have never served their country paid their fair share to liberty and freedom. Therefore, we want you to pay X amount of tax. It's a red herring. It just goes nowhere good. That's why we have a constitution, and we stay in that constitution so that we, the people, don't have a body politic that oversteps its bounds and tries to enact. And look, let's be honest, we all make mistakes, okay? Council in 2012 made a mistake. Understand. Let's move on. To say, well, Andrew Womack's a bad person because he doesn't really, if this was a business deal and you found in your favor that the law granted you your exemption and you were going to lose $1 million or save $1 million, what would you do? We all know it. So let's move on. I'd like to talk about separation of church and state because I've heard some things here tonight about taxing them, taking away their 501c3 status. Well, the wall of separation of church and state, as we know, isn't in the Constitution anywhere. Never. No. It was a letter written to a Baptist church in Danbury Baptist, and this is what he said. Believing with you that religion is a matter which lies solely between man and his God, no one else, no government, that he owes account to none other for his faith or his worship, that the legitimate powers of government reach actions only and not opinions, I contemplate with sovereign reverence that act of the whole American people, which declared that their legislature should make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, thus building a wall of separation between church and state, adhering to this expression of the supreme will of the nation in behalf of the rights of conscience. I shall see with sincere satisfaction the progress of those sentiments which tend to restore to man all his natural rights, convinced he has no natural rights in proportion to his social duties. Why are we even talking about 501c3s and read the Constitution, make yourself educated, stop listening to lies. And as far as the law goes in 2012, council who recommended it shouldn't have council. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Carol Hampton.
Hello, thank you. My name is Carol Hampton, and thank you for this opportunity to take a couple of minutes and speak. I too am a taxpayer here in Teller County, and my husband and I have lived here for a number of years, and I've been proud to and a privilege to be a partner with Andrew Womack Ministries for the last 9 years. And I can tell you that Andrew Womack is the finest man I've ever met. He is a man of the utmost integrity. And it's an honor for me to be associated with the ministry. I've also been a student at Charis Bible College, and I am going to be a student again this fall. I also have the privilege of working at the ministry, as does my husband. And these are the finest people working for this ministry that I have ever met in my life. And I also love living here in Teller County. I think everybody here in Teller County are great people. We love the community here. Everybody's so friendly. There's a lot of strong patriots in this community. And I'm also a supporter of Truth and Liberty Coalition, and I'm proud to be a supporter of Truth and Liberty Coalition. And if it wasn't for my husband and I coming to school here, I wouldn't have my husband here today. It was because of Andrew Womack's revelation on divine healing that when my husband got diagnosed with cancer back in 2019, and they told him he wasn't going to live, that we knew that the first report wasn't the last report, and we didn't have to listen to physicians in the natural. We listened to the great physician, Jesus, and the truth of his word is sustaining my husband 3.5 years later. And I'm just so thankful to be a part and to be here. And thank you, City Council, for allowing me to get up and speak my mind, and for all of us to have an opportunity to speak our minds. I think it's a great community, and I love living here, and I love being a part of the ministry, and the Bible College and Truth and Liberty Coalition. And Andrew Womack, like he says, everybody has an opinion. Opinions are like noses. Everybody has one. And thank you for all of you letting us all get up and share our opinions.
Thank you. Glad you used the nose analogy. There's another one we're aware of.
Isn't there something about two holes in it, though?
Next up, we have Donna Priest.
Hi, thank you, council, for allowing us to come and share our views and thoughts and everything on this. It is an emotional point of view, but I do ask that you amend that number 14. I'm pretty much in agreement with the others that have stated their case. I've lived here for 33 years. We've lived in Divide and Florissant, Colorado Springs, and now Woodland Park. We love this area. It's absolutely, I mean, it's beautiful, as you all know. And I've been through the Hayman fires. We were part of the Waldo Canyon fire. We were evacuated. The community came together. Everybody came together. It's amazing how many people came and volunteered their time, gave donations, and I know that the ministry would be right there. God forbid that anything would ever happen. And I thank God that we are having the rain that we're having. This is a great season. So I just want to thank you again. We're praying for you guys and appreciate all that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken Lacey.
I want to thank you all for your time. My wife Ginger and I are a little bit on the other end of the spectrum. We just moved here 6 weeks ago. We're both full-time employed here, and we will be starting as students at Karis in about 3.5 weeks. We came here in April, and it took us only a few days to decide that we were going to move here. And so we spent the next week looking for housing. And after having a hard time finding a place to buy, we cast our net wider to include rental properties. And then that extended to Divide and Cripple Creek and as far as Lake George. And ultimately, we failed in our attempt to find a house. And so we went back to our hometown of North Carolina and we bought an RV and we loaded it up and moved it here. So we had that ability to do that, but there's a lot of students that would love to continue their education here that don't necessarily have that ability. So affordable housing is huge. I was the executive director for a veteran nonprofit that I started in Charlotte, and we help honorably discharged veterans get into homes that we rehabbed. We worked with their credit. We helped them become good stewards of their money and got them on the path to home ownership. And it doesn't come without education, and it doesn't come without a lot of help. And so I'll yield 15 seconds of my time to you. That's all right. That's all right. So I appreciate y'all's time. I think that this housing is critical, as I've delineated to you on our difficult time in getting housing here. But as a Navy veteran, I've lived in 11 states and 3 countries, and this ties for the best place I've ever lived.
Amen.
Anybody want to know what the island of Bermuda? So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, up next and last for the moment will be Debbie Miller.
Thank you, council. I love your clock. Can I borrow it for candidates forum? Because being on this side and being timed is not fun. Now I know how you feel. I've passed out to Suzanne because I actually tried to read through this in 3 minutes and it's You just can't do it. So I'm just going to hit on a couple of points, and being a data geek, I want to share some things with you because it's important from an economic standpoint. First of all, current employment at the college ministries in Teller County is 767. That doesn't include their global locations. That means that's our organization that is the largest employer in Teller County, followed behind by the Mine, Walmart, and others. I wanted to tell you earlier, there was a talk about how many employees live here. So those numbers are 314 of that 767 live in Woodland Park, 34 in Florissant, 44 in Divide, and 3 in Cripple Creek. So I went back and looked at census data. So between 2010 and 2020, we increased 711 here in population in Woodland Park, 1,300 in Teller County. Additionally, Caris and AWM are the top 3 primary employers, meaning they ship out information and those dollars come back here. You see the lodging tax, you see the sales tax that I've written here. You notice between 2015 and 2020, our lodging receipts went up 44%. And part of that dealt with the special events that they did. And they did those in the off season. And I have to tell you, our lodging owners will tell you that impact to be able to keep those rooms filled in off season was huge for us. I can't go to after 2020 because STRs came, and that's a whole different issue, and we're not going to talk about that tonight. In closing, I do want to share, local employers have shared with us at the chamber that the benefits of having the students here to fill open positions in retail, food service, cleaning, and other sectors have been very difficult to do, and these students have filled those positions. Nonprofits and profit businesses alike have shared with us that Caris students, volunteers, have been significant to be able to assist with events, projects, and much more. First project that Caris students actually did here as a volunteer project was painting the underpass that happens along Highway 24. And lastly, I heard a new term this week, and it's called stray voltage out on social media. I thought that was so cool. The stray voltage that's out on social media, or that we hear, unfortunately, with the negativity, has had an impact. And when I say had an impact, I get calls from people who are coming here to go to school, who want to come here and work here, and want to come to special events. And they're almost scared to tell me that they're doing that because the overall impression they have is they're not wanted. And so a few years ago, I sat down with Andrew, and I get the privilege to go out to those events, and I get to welcome those people and let them know that they are wanted in our community and they are cared about, because that's who our community is. So council, thank you very much. Again, I want your timer, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a break for 10 minutes. It's 9:01 right now. I did. All right, we're going to resume with public speaking. And we have Pablo Romero up next. Is Pablo Romero here?
Is this for somebody?
Suzanne, is Pablo on Zoom?
That's for someone else? No, this-
I think Sarah said that we have hands on Zoom.
Let's see if he's on Zoom.
Pablo Romero is on Zoom with his hands up.
Thank you, Rusty. Pablo, we're going to bring you into the meeting and make sure you're not on mute. Okay, give us just 1 second. What do you need, Rob?
Can you come back to him?
Pablo, we're going to come back to you. You'll be next after. We have Kitten Walker next. Is Kitten here? Oh.
Next.
That's all right. So I'm going to move to Ashley Miller and then I will come back to Pablo and Kitten. So is Ashley Miller here? There she is. She's ready to go.
Thank you for your time and thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council for hearing this. So a lot has already been addressed legally, and I would just like to address for people who want to fight that legally. I'm a resident of Woodland Park, Teller County, and I've been here for roughly almost a decade. And I appreciate being here, especially since I came from New York City and I hate it and I will never go back. So I would just like to say and address that there is a funding issue with the fire department, and we need to be able to discuss that as a community and come together as a community, because where there's more ability to help each other. So I say that there's more residents here because of Andrew Womack, me included. And I would just like to say that there just needs to be something that needs to be done. Anyway, if you open the door to tax nonprofits, that is not just including Andrew Womack or Karis, you're now opening the door legally to tax anyone who is a nonprofit, including Habitat for Humanity, Save the Storks, Choices, and any other non-tax exempt facility. Educational facilities are taxed, not taxed at all. There's a lot of educational facilities that have student housing that are not taxed, and they're not even religious. I would like to also address that, well, if there was an issue with this 12 years ago, it definitely should have been addressed, and it's not on you guys. But I would also like to say, as it's been motioned with a lot of people, we just need to move on and come together as a community, not be against each other. The country in itself is already against each other as is. We do not need to be copying what we see in our own country. We need to stand on our own as a community and come together in strength with each other. And we need to find compromises with each other and be able to have agreements with each other respectfully. That's all I have to say. And thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to come back to Kitty Walker.
Technology is not yet though.
Okay, all right, yeah, it figures. I leave the room and you call my name. Okay, so I had a lot to say, but it's all been said already. So I just want to say that I agree with all the positive things that have been said. I also would like to thank our fire chief, Tyler, because he actually met with Deanne Betterman and I today for an hour and a half and spent time explaining to us the funding issue that they face. And it was really, really an eye opener for me. And so at a later date, because that's not what we're here for tonight, but at a later date, I would like to address the council with some possible solutions to help fund the fire department. So anyway, everyone that knows me knows that I love to pray, and I'm just going to pray and then I'll be done. So Heavenly Father, I just thank you right now in Jesus' name for Woodland Park. I thank you, Lord, that it is a city on a hill and its light shines bright. And Lord, I just thank you for the city council, that they are here to do the right thing. They know the law, they choose to follow the law, and we just praise your holy name in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Are we ready to go back to Pablo? Okay. Pablo, if you're there and ready, just make sure you're unmuted and you should be able to be heard on Zoom
Sure. Can you guys hear me?
perfectly.
All right. Elliot, so my name is Pablo and I moved to Woodland Park from Los Angeles, California to attend Charis Bible College. And just like the other speaker, 2 speakers ago, I don't want to go back. I mean, I've fallen in love with Woodland Park and the people there. I've worked at City Market for a year, and now I'm employed by the ministry. But and it was just so nice to get to know the locals and build rapport with them. And although I myself did not experience housing issues because I knew people here prior to moving here, I do have many friends that are forced to go down to the Springs, or as somebody else mentioned, they have to live in their cars for a season or two out of their commitment to be here. And I could just speak, Charis Bible College has helped me get my life back on track through its teachings and its overall spirit to help and do good. I know that Andrew's vision for the ministry is to be a good neighbor, to be a good steward. And that's all of us as well, everybody that's employed there for the most part. And we want to help out. And I just want to reiterate that Charis Bible College has been recognized and approved by the Internal Revenue Service as a nonprofit, tax-exempt charitable organization, an organization created for the purpose of philanthropic rather than monetary pursuits. And in a nonprofit organization, funds either earned or donated are used for pursuing the group's objectives and paying its running costs. And so I just believe Woodland Park is absolutely empowered by the presence of the college. And my public opinion is that Charis Bible College should be left alone to build within the property it's acquired. And so that continues to impact people's lives, because supporting Charis's mission will not only benefit Woodland Park in the long run, but it also defends our Constitution and our constitutional rights. And that's all I have to say. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to William, just William. Do you see a William on Zoom? No?
That's really all that gave me this William.
All right, William, I don't see you, so we're going to move on.
I did sign up.
Are you William?
Uncle Will.
All right, thank you. I am William Hampton, and I am a resident of Woodland Park. And earlier this evening, to start the evening, I listened to a young man take an oath, and part of that oath was to uphold the Constitution of the United States. And I can't imagine our city council not taking a similar oath. And my prayer is that not only city council, but all our politicians uphold the Constitution of the United States? And that's one of the big questions here tonight. Are you going to do that or not? The other thing that I wanted to mention was somebody just mentioned this, but once you start taxing a nonprofit, my question is, which one of your nonprofits that you go to or support is going to be taxed next? And that goes for city council too. Which one of your nonprofits is next in line? That's my end. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Just
Glad we
William.
cleared that up, William.
Don Benner is next. Do we have a Don Benner on Zoom? Don, did you forget who you were? No. Okay. Yeah. All right, next up is India Blakely. On Zoom?
No, ma'am.
Okay. John Davis. Well, this is fun. On Zoom? No, all right. Kalia Lyman. I would think if it was like bend over or Seymour, like that would make sense, but okay. Up next is Tony Perry. I know that name is real and I know he's here. Oh, what's that? For who? Okay, so Tony, go ahead and come on up. Kayla, I will come back to you on Zoom.
Welcome. Hello, council. Mary, you normally get 5 minutes, so I'm gonna have to improvise a little bit here. Did write this down to try to be succinct.
We normally have like 3 people that want to talk. the whole
Understood,
meeting.
understood. So I'm gonna improvise a little bit based on a little bit that was said tonight. I have been on the board of the local hospital under 4 different operators, including UC Health. And I can confirm that Karis did save us on the water loop. It's not that widely known, but that was a big deal. And it was a big deal at the hospital, obviously. I can also say that this last month I was named chair of the DDA, and fire protection is huge in our community. I agree with Tyler Lambert, our chief, and John Gomes. But what I will say is we, even on the firefighter side, we have to have open minds to find a solution here. And everyone in this room seems to be aware of the fire danger. So if Tyler comes and asks you for a sales tax increase, let's think about that. But I can say as chair of the DDA, and I've been a 21-year critic, so I decided to join it to try to help solve it. This current board, it's a high priority for us to return those monies to the fire district in particular. We're already working with Aaron Vasilati, our city finance director, to work on that, but it's going to take more than that. And it's not only the Woodland Park, the city of Woodland Park and Netco, but our volunteer fire departments throughout the county. So let's be very aware of that. I also want to recognize that my other big thing is water. As a business person here and long-term resident, water is a big deal. Our city manages it extremely well. And so do not take that $250,000 gift lightly. It matters. There's shares that are important. So that being said, I'll tell you kind of who I am. I nor Park State Bank and Trust, which I am president of, have any formal business relationship with Karis. We did have a young lady who worked with us as a teller. She came here and went to school for 3 years, and she was a delightful team member. She has gone back to Iowa, back home after she graduated. I am unabashedly a person of faith. I'm not afraid to admit that. And I will say, turning to my role as president of the bank, I've been privy to 3 market studies paid for by non-Caris affiliated for-profit businesses. All three studies show a significant economic impact of Caris in Woodland Park and Teller counties. Serious impact. I'm under an NDA on all three, so I can't give more details, but it is serious. I'm keenly aware that there are a lot of emotions and strong feelings regarding Caris. In 2010, I was invited to, as a local business leader, to attend a meeting at Little Star. I was aware of Andrew Womack in the Bible College off Garden of the Gods, but at that time, I did not know much about their organization. In that meeting, it was clear that there was a big vision for Caris. I learned that Andrew Womack had been living in Florissant for over 20 years at that time. As a business community, we had talked at that time about could we get Pikes Peak Community College up to Woodland Park because we felt that would be a nice economic driver for the community. And during that meeting, it was my perception that the Bible College could possibly be the same type of economic driver. And in fact, it has turned out to be so, in my opinion. Mr. Womack mentioned that the average age of their students was 42. This struck me very interestingly because it meant that there would be young, out of high school 18-year-olds, and there would be a lot of retired gray-haired gentlemen named William in the audience as well. And that demographic is very interesting. I think it created some challenges initially in the community with the younger folks coming here on faith, looking for direction that maybe put some strain on our local social services. But it also meant we brought some very stout retired persons coming to look for a spiritual, maybe awakening or reawakening. And that.
I was waiting for him to take a breath so I can see Tony, time's up.
Okay, can I say one more thing?
One more thing.
I wasn't watching, I'm sorry. So it's very simple. The vote's simple. You can say yay or nay. The law is clear. And what I will say, mimicking some other people, it's time to come together. It's time to put this behind us. It's time to find creative solutions. And we have a lot of smart people in this community that can solve our biggest problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to come back to Kalia on Zoom. What's that? Okay.
Does it work? Hello? Can council hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Beautiful. Thank you guys so much for your time and hearing all of us. I know a lot has already been addressed. And I'll try and keep mine short and to the point. Again, thank you all for hearing us in the time today. I am Kelly Lyman. I am a native to Teller County and 26 years old, so I'm pretty young. I don't have the numbers, figures, and legal jargon that a lot of you have had tonight. I just have a deep love and understanding for my hometown and community. I do have a picture here with me of my ancestors at Seven Falls and South Cheyenne Canyon in the late 1800s, so my family has been in the area for a very long time. My ancestors stayed here truly believing that Colorado is God's country. I was raised in the heart of Woodland Park by my grandparents. Teller County is truly my home and my family's home. I remember when they built our Walmart, our beautiful library, the Dinosaur Resource Center. I remember when they came in and Waldo Canyon fires ripped through our community and rocked the community, and how beautiful it was to see everyone come together for that. I was in high school and remember well and vividly when Andrew Womack and Caris moved in. I remember the standing community being pretty apprehensive back then. I also remember Andrew Womack making promises and assurances that this would not burden our community, but be beneficial to all involved. An agreement was made. Addressing Andrew Womack Ministries team here tonight, you talked about legalities and exemptions, and seemingly to me entitlement. It makes me question about the initial agreement that was made in interest of our community and why it would be accepted then only to burden our community now. You also said that you have been working on this project for many months now. Well, for years, we ultimately bit our tongues as a community For years now, we, the people of Teller County, have watched as our resources and housing markets have been stretched thin to accommodate Karis and Womac's vision. A $250,000 donation to already strained and limited utility resources for your expansion is appreciated, but it is not charitable, it is not enough, and it makes me question if you actually know how the water systems work here. The back out from the initial PUD and new proposal is invasive to local taxpayers, burdensome on the community residents and resources, and simply a slap in the face to the city and community. Most Karis students that I have met don't plan on staying in Teller County long-term. I know a few have spoken here tonight who are staying long-term, and I think that's fantastic. But these issues do affect long-term residents and taxpayers directly. Council, again, I would like to thank you for hearing us. As a local taxpayer and ancestral native, I ask that you would do everything in your power to protect our city and community and resources. As the fire chief said, someone should have realized back then, and I know that isn't on you guys now, but this needs to be fixed for the people now. Some kind of common ground needs to be found. This public meeting is just the tip of the iceberg, and we all know that there is so much more to be addressed pertaining to these issues. As a native, God-fearing and embracing woman, I desperately want to see my hometown respected and protected. So if the council needs help from the community, please let us know. Andrew Womack Ministries and attendees, I leave you with my thoughts on this as a native and the word of God. Jeremiah 2:7. And I brought you into a plentiful land to enjoy its fruits and good things. But when you came in, you defiled my land and made my heritage an abomination. Council, thank you again for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. All right, we are now at Suzanne Geiger.
Did you have Tricia still?
She left.
Okay.
I know she left.
Okay.
One face I recognize.
Thank you. I'm not sure who left their notes here. My name is Susan Geiger. I've spoken before. I've talked to the Planning Commission. I am not a Woodland Park resident. I am a Teller County resident. And the impact of Andrew Womack Ministry International has not just been for Woodland Park. It has been on the whole county. I'm going to give you something that their CEO, Mr. Milligan, said on 27 July 2017 to the Gazette. We want to be a blessing to this community and not a burden. It is written. I can give you the article. I have it right here, as a matter of fact. Their lawyers talk about the burden of this tax on them. Well, Mrs. Dotson at the beginning talked of some of the burdens that we have had. And I'm going to give you more because they haven't told us what that burden is to them. But that burden to us, yes. Oh, they gave us a healthcare worker. You know when they gave us that healthcare worker during COVID? It was because they had an event that they were told to have 175 people. And instead they had over 1,000. And they caused one of the biggest super spreaders of COVID up here, where people died. Oh boy, keep laughing. It could be you next. The water loop, that water loop, they weren't going to get water. Yeah, they paid for it, but it was either going to be them or the hospital, our beautiful hospital that came up here in 2007. Got it? So one point here that nobody is listening to is that a Mr. Bozeman, who was the representative in 2012 for Andrew Womack Ministries, came to us and said, we'd like to do this to help with the burden of our organization up here. It was not the city council. It was not the planning commission that put that up there. They said they were going to do it. They offered. It's just like that $250,000 gift that they are now proposing. Yes, because that we have been losing $300,000 a year on services. So yeah, 250,000, not buying it. We have been promised housing up here since 2012. It's going to be here. It's going to be here. I have articles all the way back from 2012 that says we're going to have housing. It's still not here, right? We've had a total disruption to our economy in this area because of Andrew Womack Ministries. They have talked about, oh, we're going to have jobs. 53 jobs is on the internet right now. Out of those 53 jobs, 52 of them are $17.50 or less an hour. One HR position is $4,000. Guess what? People who make that kind of money can't live up here anymore. It doesn't work. And I would like to make one more because I see my time is out. Does anybody realize that Andrew Womack Ministries did not get tax exempt status until 2019? Here is their document. That's up here. I'm not talking about when he was down off of Garden of the Gods, but up here, 2019.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Lila Brash.
Hello, thank you, council and mayor and Angel Womack staff. I'm new to Woodland Park. I'm a student at Karis Bible College and I absolutely love it. I know you've heard so much tonight, so I'm not going to take too much of your time. I just want to say that obviously we know that there's a situation that needs to be addressed for the community, and honestly coming together. This world has so much stress happening, and with Andrew Womack's college, we have brought so much hope. Like everybody that comes to Andrew Womack College has brought such an identity and understanding of their purpose. And so we definitely need housing. I came from Florida and it was very hard to find housing. And I'm so thankful I was able to find a house to share with other students. And I know that you guys know that that detail needs to happen too. So I just appreciate you guys moving forward with it so that we can be able to build and see lives changed, because I do believe every person that gets the opportunity to come to Karis Bible College, their lives are changed and they help the community, and that moves on into our cities and then into the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Fury. And I'm going to bet he's on Zoom.
He is on Zoom, and I just allowed him to speak. So Joe, you may begin.
Joe, you might be muted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. The topic of my little 3-minute talk here is bait and switch. And I'd also like to say that I don't think council made a mistake 10 years ago. That's why the housing was going to be privatized. So the private company would be taxed, not Karis College. And now Karis College wants to back out of that. I don't understand why taxpayers of Woodland Park, which is a small town, should have to support and subsidize a national and even a multinational organization. Why can't Karis College come together with the community of Woodland Park and pay their fair share? You know, I don't understand why I have to support them. What the lawyers have said tonight, both the city staff lawyer and Karis College lawyers provide opinions. I disagree with what they said. If the housing is privatized, then the private company would pay the taxes that Karis promised in order to get the rezoning approval. So their backing out now is just totally unacceptable. And that's, you know, I implore council to not relieve Karis College of the privatization and tax agreement. And also the law allows an exception for compelling government need, and fire protection around here and police protection is a very compelling need. So please do not let Karis College not hold up their end of the bargain and not come together and support the community that they have so much burdened. Thank you.
Thank you. Right up next is Eileen Carroll.
Thank you. I know we could beat this thing all night, and just about every angle you could take has been talked about. What I would like to bring out, though, is that my husband and I have a small business up here. And Karis, Andrew Womack Ministries, helped us in every way possible to make this business a success. And it's not just us, but other businesses as well. They have helped to make a success. Andrew's heart is good. You know that this deal fell through. I think Mr. Nussbaum made a very good presentation of how that fell apart. Andrew won't change his heart just because it doesn't please everyone. But as a community, we need to pull together. We need to find solutions. Unity always works better than being pulled apart. When Karis was being built, he reached out to us and helped us to do a large job there. We do janitorial. He helped us, not he personally, but his staff helped us, and other businesses as well in the community made thousands of dollars doing projects on construction, on windows, you name it. It was community people involved in doing that. This man has a good heart, as well as he wants to build in this community. He wants to build up, make people successful. He's not about tearing down. It doesn't matter if you were a Karis student or someone in the community. And I think that a lot of bad publicity has gotten out there. I think we could beat this all night, but let's pull together. Let's not pull apart. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Alex Landon.
Evening, everybody. Evening, everybody. My name is Alex Landon. I'm a resident of Teller County. I've been for about 10 years. I did not know I was going to be called to come to Karis or to work for the ministry, but that sort of worked out and it's been really great. So great, in fact, that I had someone else stay with me and I paid them, or they paid me well under market value for what a room and board would cost. I just wanted to let you guys know that I agree with all of the council members for the Karis team. And on top of that, I just wanted you to know that where the proposed building is will not be seen hardly at all. It's on a lower plateau region, and I'm a security guard there at night, so I walk the grounds. I know the layout. And even if you do add on another 10 feet to make it 45, you still won't be able to see it. When I was moving here, I had no idea the college was where it was. I drove past it, wouldn't be able to see it from the highway or anything. So I was pretty shocked when I was like, oh, the college, there's a college over there. And when I go to the college, it looks super beautiful. So it's not an eyesore in the community at all. I also wanted to add that we are not the biggest source of light pollution by far. We have two buildings on the property. We have the headquarters and we have the college itself. But one of my coworkers actually didn't know where the college was from headquarters just because they thought the hospital, which is across Highway 24 from us, was the college because it was so much brighter than how lit up the college is. So we made a bet and we definitely won some candy off of that one. But I heard that comment and I had to let you guys know that CARES does whatever it can to make as least an impact on the community as possible. We're doing as much as we can to be a positive light, even though at night we try to keep it as dark as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Clinton Harrison. Do we have Clinton in the audience? Or on Zoom?
Check his email.
He signed up in person.
Okay. So he did not stick around. We have Bill Eddy or Edie? Edie.
This case, we meet again. I
Hello,
spent
Bill. It's
the
good to see you.
90s sitting right up there where you are, first on planning commission and later on council. I stepped down in 2000 to raise a family, put my kids through school, Woodland Park, from preschool to high school. Against that backdrop, I was a deputy DA in this jurisdiction involving economic crimes. I administered the grand jury. But perhaps most impressive is that I drove the Zamboni for several years at Meadowood. If I thought that there was a real chance of successfully holding their feet to the fire, I would encourage you to do so. But it's a foregone conclusion. There's simply nowhere to go with that. I would strongly urge you to take Mr. Nussbaum up on his offer on behalf of his client, but don't make it a condition. Okay. I've heard a lot and I have no opinion about whether or not Charis deserves their status as a nonprofit or not, but that is not for this forum under these circumstances in front of this body. It's just got nothing to do with city council. That can get litigated in some other form of someone else's choosing, but not us. What really concerns me, and frankly, it's all water under the bridge regarding tonight's application, is that Mr. Gomes on behalf of the fire department raises a very, very important cautionary tale for future reference. I would strongly urge you to take a big step back and look at our city master plan, our annexation agreements, things of that nature, because what has happened here by taking on this very, very large nonprofit, we threw our taxable real estate out of balance. We don't have an appropriate balance of commercial, residential, and we got churches around that are always nonprofit, but all of a sudden we bit off too much to take. And we are way, way imbalanced. There's nothing to do about it this time. But I would really suggest you take a big step back when we start looking at annexing any future properties, looking at our master plan, that we make sure we do not throw our property tax portfolio out of balance. That's what's happened here and it's created a real problem. So I would encourage you moving forward to take a big step at that. I did serve on the master plan committee back in the 90s. Call me if you need my help. Thank you.
Thank you very
Bill,
much.
thank you. It's good to see you.
Next up is Brenda Giamo. What?
Pardon me? Oh,
Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Remember that last name.
Marietta Dodson is up next.
She spoke.
What? Why am I getting repeats? Becky Vinton? I have Becky Vinton. Do we have Becky Vinton on Zoom?
We do not.
Okay. Andrew Jacobs.
Good evening.
First of all, I want to thank the council and mayor for being here this evening, this stormy, beautiful evening. I want to thank you guys for your leadership, leading Woodland Park through these challenging years. My wife and I moved out from Washington State a little over 5 years ago. And one of the main challenges to moving out here was housing. It nearly prevented us from coming, in fact, but fortunately we were able to find a room like many care students that come here, rent a room. Did that for about 3 years. And in that time going to Caris, we fully expected Caris to change our lives, which it did. But one thing we didn't foresee was falling in love with this community. We lived up here for 5 years. We hated driving down the hill to the Springs because we like smaller town community. We like shopping locally. We like paying our taxes locally. And we like voting locally. And we've also in this time had the benefit to be able to purchase a home here in Woodland Park. So now we're homeowners, taxpayers. I'm grateful that my taxes, I haven't had to call the fire department or 911 or anything to come and help me, but I'm glad that my taxes are going to help people who get on accidents on Highway 24 or have an accident out in the woods, because I like hiking as much as the next person. I really want to encourage this council, because it's already, as stated earlier, a foregone conclusion, but not to resist the building of the student housing. As someone who came here as a student, part of leadership, you guys get to look to the future. You're investing in future homeowners. You're investing in future taxpayers. You're investing in the future of Woodland Park, not just where we've been in the past, but where are we going? We're a growing community. My wife and I were a young couple looking to start a family here. We are the future. And I would encourage you to look to the future, look to that, not forgetting the past, but we need to be realistic and look to what's coming, because more homeowners, more taxpayers, more people who love this community are coming, such as me and my wife. So I want to thank you for your leadership. And I just encourage you again, remove any kind of obstacles that would prevent the student housing from going up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Karen Sherrill.
He said she left.
Okay. Last but not least then is Joe DeVos. Joe was here.
There she
Okay.
is.
Good evening, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Clearly, I'm not American. I was born in England and, oh, I'm nervous, sorry. Came here from Australia 3 months ago. With regards the 2 points, I think they've been fully covered tonight by people, I'm nervous, by people that have a lot more information about it than me. I want to speak from the perspective of international student, and as a person who has just lost their country. I am here as a political refugee from Australia. Australia 3 years ago was a most remarkable country. Your ally, we're your allies militarily, financially, and as people. And in 1 year, that country has gone. We were on our own passports, not allowed to leave our country or even cross the state line. Europe has gone. Canada is going. There is a much bigger issue at play here. Points 1 and 2, which have been covered so brilliantly, I think legally is very, very clear, but America is an extraordinary country, and it is a beautiful country that I love with my whole heart. I've always holidayed here. I did my master's in Boulder, and that is because it was founded on the principles of God. Australia was a country founded on convicts, but it still was a good democratic country. But what I want to say is, oh gosh, going quickly, it's impossible to find housing. If you're an international student, it's impossible. And may I say to the local community, as Caris students, we do not set the prices. We are not the house owners. And many students cannot afford it. We simply cannot. And my exchange rate meant that I lose for $1,000, it's 1,500 Australian. I just want to find my God and serve him. And I love this country. And I agree with the lady that spoke that said, we need unity. Caris is not against this community. We love it. We love living here. Many of us stay on. I'm drying up, stay on. It is not beyond the realms of possibility they become firefighters here. We don't know. But I beg you to search your hearts on this issue and hear that Caris loves it, that we love it, that you have a beautiful community, but it is growing and changing, and it will. That is the nature of life. And I would just finally say, it breaks my heart what's happening in your fire department. But in all truth, I cannot say that Caris caused that. It seems to me that that is a local issue that's terrible, but that needs to be addressed by your council. That is not something that Caris has caused. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and please, if you are the last country standing, come together. We all need to come together. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
There's one person on Zoom with their hand up. I want to make sure it's not one of the people that we called their name before.
Okay,
Would that be okay if I ask her?
sure.
Kate, have you signed up to speak? Kate, can you hear me? I see you have your hand raised on Zoom.
She's muted, Suzanne. She would have to unmute hers.
All
Yeah,
right,
she's
let's go ahead
she's
and-
still on mute with her hand up. She may not even realize her hand is up.
Okay, we can move on. Thank you.
All right. So Mr. Nussbaum or any of the gentlemen in the audience, do you have a rebuttal or anything you would like to follow up with?
I don't have anything to add on the law. Thank you.
Okay. Karen, anything you wanted to add? All right, council, it's your turn. So I'm just going to ask that you be mindful of time. Comments closed, but not hearing. So, and I'm going to go ahead and start this way. And Rusty, I'm going to come to you last. So just know that after Councilmember Zulawaga, it's your turn. And if I forget, speak up.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Case.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to thank everyone that's here and on Zoom for coming out tonight and being patient and giving us such fabulous input and comment. I heard each of you. And I just have some comments after hearing everyone. I heard Mr. Nussbaum mention the ministry's intention to be a good neighbor. And I believe that, and also that it was beyond the powers of the city for item provision 14 or the condition 14 to be part of the land use and zoning. I understand that, and I thoroughly understand the law, as both our attorney and Kara's attorney have shared with us all. I'm just curious as to why that it would be agreed to if that were the case. Why, when that was brought forward, that it was acceptable. That's a mystery to me.
And 10 years later, it's not. Not to say that it's legal, it's just curious to me that it would be acceptable at that time. I'd like to thank you all for the offer of the $250,000 one-time donation for our water fund. It will be used wisely if received. My biggest overwhelming question, and I thank you again for your offer to contribute to the city in such a generous way. But my question is, what are you willing to do as a good neighbor to help our fire and even our ambulance, our emergency services that will be available to you, just like our water will be available to you and our sewer will be available to you. And as a good neighbor, there's no provision or offer or even maybe a thought of helping out those emergency services, which are critical. And in this situation, and I appreciate and absolutely will engage and involve in a community effort to find a way to help them. And yes, it does sound like and it is unenforceable, whether we approve it or not. The amendment, it's not enforceable, and so it won't happen. But from a moral approach, just a moral point of view, a good neighbor point of view, and a let's come together point of view, I would ask Karis and Andrew Womack Ministries and all of those entities to consider choosing. It's a choice. It's not an imposition. Choosing to do something to support those folks that will support you. Those are my comments. I just, it just seems like the right thing to do, and not because it's an imposition by a body that can't do that. Just as a good person, good neighbor, part of the community, consider that, because it would be the right thing to do. Thank you.
You're welcome to address the question if you'd like. But you certainly don't have to.
I don't have to.
I didn't expect one.
I'm,
Thank you.
I'm just letting you know that you're welcome to address the questions that are asked. So, Councilmember Connors.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's time and effort and the letters and the emails and the personal opinions. It's pretty awesome to see this city come together and try to, in my opinion, right or wrong. Can we get this?
Yes.
The last
Sarah,
few
can-
things we sent out
Yes,
today?
Sarah has that. She'll pull it up for you. Just-
Okay, I'd like to look at actually when the
And just so everyone knows, it's just Councilmember Connors is asking to pull something up that was in the packet. It's not
I'm
anything
sorry.
additional.
yeah, this is
It's the
this is the
ordinance.
packet. Out of that, I took the actual ordinance, the original 1162 from 2021, when it was recorded at our Teller County clerk's office, September 20th, 2012. It's the actual court order that takes the annexed property from Westwood Lakes that belongs to Karis and moves it within the city of Woodland Park. About the only thing that's really important is that everybody from the city to planning to Karis, they were all involved in this. This is signed by the district court. If you look at number 7 on that, it says partitioner is a tax exempt organization and is not subject to ad valorem tax. To be familiar with the Latin term, that means we don't take money from your real property. So when this was put out in 2012, 3 months after the ordinance was signed by the city, it's disappointing that 10 years later, we're redoing this. And there's absolutely no reason to be doing it, in my opinion. Because it was legally sought and signed by the district courts here in Teller County as a non-tax exempt organization, as a tax exempt organization. So one other thing I'd like to mention is that because of that, there are many large organizations that enjoy the same type of benefit. And I would hope that CARES, along with what they've already been doing, and I really appreciate that, but like our community said, we need to pick up the pace. There are programs out there, pilot programs, which are payments in lieu of taxes. Not sure if you've looked at that. I'm sure you have. It is a voluntary thing, and I see that you're doing some of that now, and I appreciate you keeping that up. But thank you. As a veteran, I know it's legal too. And in the Constitution, I have to agree with the Marine that was here. Booyah.
Councilmember Nakai.
So I too would like to thank everybody that showed up this evening and reached out to us through correspondence. I have one question, and then I am going to do the uncharacteristic thing of me, which is actually have a soapbox comment. If the ordinance is approved to remove the condition number 14, does that also remove the temporary housing condition? The temporary, yeah, right. So, I mean, I take issue with having the temporary portion removed. It's my problem.
I understand. On the other PUD documents, it is referred to as student housing. The city attorney and I have had conversations about what does student housing typically mean, and a very conventional interpretation or approach to that is I always think of dormitories where somebody comes in for a semester or two and then they leave for the summer and they come back. You do run into grad students that like show up for a few years and then go away, but it's not permanent year-round living. So that was the interpretation of what student housing is in part of my assessment. So the only place that word temporary shows up, if I recall, is in that condition 14. All the other PUD documents with the approval in 2012 and then the amendment in 2015, it just refers to student housing.
Okay. All right. So now my soapbox. I agree with Kelly, or Councilwoman Case, on pretty much everything she had to say. I'm going to add a few things. While I understand the legal arguments being made, I have a fundamental issue with reneging on the deal. You had 10 years to claim the illegal agreement. Matthew 5:37. But let your yes be yes and your no be no, for whatever is more than this and these is from the evil one. Also, James 5:12. Above all, my brothers and sisters, do not swear, not by heaven or by earth or by anything else. All you need to say is a simple yes or no. Otherwise, you will be condemned. I agree that there should be a simple solution to make the CARES whole, the community whole, a donation that would actually address all taxing districts in a significant rather than just the water district, which I'm not taking lightly either. That's a very generous offer. Would go a long way in establishing that you actually want to be part of the solution and not a problem that the community sees, whether it's perceived or correct. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Ott. I'm going to have him go last.
I'd like to thank all sides for being here. I've listened to them. I've read the emails in the packet from concerned citizens. And it's to me, the issue, I saw what Frank said, but I also saw that this was agreed to in December. So there was some months that went by after that was approved. This agreement was made. And if I enter a marriage, I know the law, but I can do a prenuptial agreement. I can agree outside of that. And not only was it agreed to knowing what the law was, you had months, there was months that you could have said, you know what, we can't do this. But that didn't happen. And, I get the I understand the law here. I've been, it's been explained to me. I also understand that I represent residents too. And I understand that you vote, and so do they. And I feel like, you know, I am representing those that that think that you should honor your agreement in some way. Whether it's legal to do so or not, I don't know. That's for the courts to decide, not me. I think that if you agree to something, knowing what the law is, you have made an agreement above that law. So I think you should honor that. And I think regardless, you should honor your agreement because you want to. It shouldn't be a threat of a lawsuit to the citizens of this town. I think that you should honor your agreement because you want to. Because honestly, the taxes that we would get from that housing to you is probably not very much. But this is a small community. We're not a large city like Colorado Springs. It's very hard for us to absorb costs. And unfortunately, this isn't just us. This is also the special districts. This is our fire, our EMS. This affects them as well. And for the small amount that would have been to privatize that in the taxes, it still probably would have been a drop in the bucket. But at least it would have been something to stand by your word and do that. And I do appreciate the $250,000 donation if that happens. But I would like to say that I believe those water shares cost about $650,000. So that's about what, a third or so of the actual cost. So I'd just like to know, let you know that's how I feel. And I represent all the residents here, and I've heard all of you. And I think, Karis, you made some good points. I think the residents made some good points, but I want you to understand where I'm coming from. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Councilmember Zulaga.
Well, I just want to say first and foremost, thank you all for participating in the civic process. For us, this is what's called quasi-judicial. So I just want to clarify for those of you who've written to us, who've emailed. We have not been permitted to talk about this, even though it's in the paper and everywhere else and on all of the, what's that SM term that lady called today? That was you, Deb Miller. I forget what it was called. So we received a almost 300-page packet, and by the add-ons we had this week, we have well over 300 pages to review this week. For me, it was very insightful to realize what it is. We're the citizen judge. That's what we're up here is, we're the citizen judge. And the reason it's quasi-judicial is because we don't talk about it until tonight. And we didn't learn about it until this week. So we had an opportunity to review all of the different sides of this case and all the different emotions from those of you who've cared to express yourself either in writing or verbally. And what I've come away with on this is the law of the land determines how we are participating in this land, and it's free land. And the constitutional aspect of this, the legal aspect of this from the IRS code, and these are the laws of the land, and they happen, as we know, federally, state, and our local level. We have some say in that. So as I was reviewing this, I'm looking at that and going, the biggest rub for Woodland Park in this is the fact that one, whoops, it was illegal. It wasn't proper. And maybe, Frank, it was the Latin term threw them off and they didn't really know what they were talking. I mean, they didn't catch that. One thing I saw in the paperwork as I read it was that the city had legal advice. This fellow, Larry Bozeman, it seemed to me that he was in good faith saying, yeah, we want to do this. We want to do this. But I don't know that I saw the proceedings that I saw anywhere that I think if I recall it correctly, he said something like, if it's legal, then we're happy to do that. And we want to do that. So when I was reading that, what I took away from this is like on both sides, there was a willingness to want to make something happen, a solution for it. And now it looks like the ability to do the privatization meant a compromise to a tax status. Well, that's illegal for them to even do from what I read. So I'm going, all right, well, geez, they're caught between a rock and a hard place to say, yes, I want to be true to my word, because actually when you drill down on the law, it's illegal for a tax exempt corporation, 501c3, whatever language you use on it, to actually spin off part of it privately. So from what I read, it's just simply not a doable action. What I also saw was back in 2012, the city manager at the time, David Buttery, made a comment which has gone unnoticed for just as many years. And he said, we can't do anything about this now. And I'm talking about Netco, that's the fire district. But we need to get together and talk about this. Well, city council, at least as far as I know, maybe one of my other colleagues can say, but I've been on council for 2.5 years. Apparently, there used to be quarterly discussions for different elected officials across the county to talk about issues that need to be resolved. And I would suggest that what is the fellow? I really liked what he had to say. His name was Bill Eady. He said something to the effect of the need to get together to solve this problem. He says, what did he say? We've taken off more than we can chew. I'm going to paraphrase you, Bill. I apologize if I get you wrong. We bit off more than we can chew in taking on this annex, and we've imbalanced the taxing process we have as a community. So that component can't be solved, I don't think, in this meeting, but perhaps this session has brought it to light. It seems to me from what the lady Tracy Bennett, what I heard her say is the deficit's like $528,000 to our community. That's the rub. Then there might be some for ambulance as well, but that's the rub, right? Well, the most important thing in any community is fire and police. They're the fundamental, most important. That's why we can go off to work, because we know that if we leave the stove on or the dog tips over the heater or whatever else, we can call the fire department and they come. That's why we're in community. So it is it's like pivotal importance in the community. But the way the laws are set and the way this imbalance that Bill talked about is in a community, where are we going to find that to fill it? Because to say, oh, it's Karis's fault. No, from what I think I read in the paperwork, there was 29 501c3s in the community at the time of 2012. And then I read in a Karis report that there's 243. I don't know how many of those are property owners, but that's part of that imbalance, I think, Bill, you're talking about, that we have this out of step ability to use property taxes to fund our very fundamental service, which is fire. See, police is under your sales tax. Police is funded by the city of Woodland Park. Netco is not the city of Woodland Park. Netco is part of one of 7 fire districts in the county. So this whole thing of how we're going to solve that, I would propose in this forum, it's not appropriate. But that's what my takeaway is from what I've seen here tonight. I think the law speaks pretty clearly for itself. I'm encouraged to see community, the coming together in unity that I'm seeing here tonight. Because no matter which side of this fence you're on, we all, these opinions, they're impassioned. I mean, I love the military guy. What was his name? That hoorah guy? He came here. Aaron, yeah, I mean, came, said his bit and left. I was impressed because, you know, he's passionate. He's a passionate American. And so if we can, as a passionate Americans, respect one another and figure out what it is that's causing us to have a hiccup in our community, it's not going to go away. I don't see this is going to, you know, being hostile at each other isn't going to help solve anything. So my final comment was well, I think it was for you, John Gomes, and that is your guys are doing a stellar job out there. You're going to continue to defend and fight the natural elements that we have here in Woodland Park. And this council, I'll speak for this member of this council, is with you. And I think that we can solve that. And I would love to be able to say, please, Karis, come to the table. And let's see what we can do to solve that. It's only, I'd say only, it's only $528,000. You know, we have a pretty significant budget, and the other person was actually Tony Perry. He's right. The DDA, those are properties that his aspect of the government incentivizes to build up commercial enterprise here in Woodland Park. But the trade-off is Tyler doesn't get he doesn't get the property tax benefit of the fact that it was a $100,000 piece of property and now it's $1 million piece of property, because we have to pay tax back to that building, that organization, that corporation that built that building. And it takes 10 years, it can take 15 years. But when it's done, then finally, you know, we can give some to the fire department. So this imbalance thing that Bill talked about, I think we can solve it, but I think we need to talk about it together in a way that is building bridges and not kind of pointing fingers at each other. So that's all my comments.
All right, Councilmember Neal, you're up.
Somebody pinch me. I gotta wake up. Mayor LaBar, I want to do this efficiently, but I do have it kind of broken into two areas. I have some questions, first of all. Some for Karen Schmink, and one question for Mr. Nutzbaum, if possible. And then I would like to go into my comments, but my questions first. And this one is for Mr. Nutzbaum. You talked about the height of the buildings, the 4 buildings around the horseshoe, and I don't know if he's still in the room and can hear me.
He is present and can hear you.
Okay, thank you. You spoke about, or one of the two of you spoke about the horseshoe buildings, the 4 of them. You did not specifically talk to the 2 buildings that are not a part of the horseshoe. My question on those 2 buildings, are they going to be out on the 2nd floor on the street side so that they also will have the maximum sill height of the 27 feet that you were talking about?
Yes, Councilmember Neal, this is Chris Lieber with NES responding to your question.
Thank you.
And you're correct. I did not address those other 2, but the design approach remains the same. They also would be served from an emergency service perspective, have 2 stories on that. I'll call it the inside edge, and then 3 stories visible from the outside. So the design and design intent remains the same.
Thank you. That was the question that I had for yourself. The other questions I have, and it pertains to our packet, and what I want to do is make sure that we capture some information in our packet that's going to be, you know, archived. On page number 30 of our packet, and forgive me because I am tired out here, And Robert is right. We only had a week to go through 285 pages. So I was not able to have the time to ask for some of these things offline. But in the packet on page 30, which is a figure for the table of land uses, I would ask that we make some clarification in here so that 10 years down the road, there's no question about what was really permitted. In the use of the word stall was a little bit confusing when they're talking about a stall pertaining to the sanctuary and the stall with student housing. Then it comes down and talks about parking stalls with the parking garage. Karen, you actually clarified my question verbally, but so we have an accurate written record. Can we include the word parking stalls? So it's like in row 2 of the matrix, there's 1.5 parking stalls per unit. It was not clear. I didn't know what kind of a stall there was when you're talking about a housing unit. It only dawned on me that it's tied in with how many parking stalls there are. So that's on page 30. And then on page 30 also, there's a reference to figure 2 that should actually be figure 4. I just want to make sure the records are corrected and are accurate. So if you could make those changes to that. Then I have a question about on page 35, where it talks about the bedrooms. And then again on page 186. So I'm kind of jumping back and forth, but that's actually where the terminologies collide. On page 186, it talks about 500 bedrooms, and that equals 500 students.
Rusty,
Yes.
can you, Karen wanted some clarification real quick.
Yes.
On the stall issue, I think.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I want to clarify a little bit, and then I also had a question.
Okay.
That figure 4 is from the already approved PUD from 2015. So that terminology of stall showed up in both the original PUD of 2012 as well as that amended document. But I appreciate you wanting to have additional clarification going forward. Where you did lose me was when you referred to an error in terms of referring to figure 2 versus, I lost you in there. So what was that?
Okay. If you have the whole packet, go to page 30, last paragraph, 4th line from the top.
Hang on a second, please.
Yep.
I've got to get there. 60.
Page 30, bottom paragraph.
Okay.
It said, there's a sentence that starts at the tail end of the 3rd line. As noted in figure 2, the allowed building height, blah, blah, blah. That should actually state figure 4. And maybe there was a renumbering of your figures. I just would like to see everything accurate when this document goes forward. So 10 years from now, when we're sitting around talking about something else with this PUD, we capture the right information.
I would agree with that. Thank you for catching that, sir.
Okay. And then since you are there, I think it's page 186. If you would scroll to that as fast as you can. There's language.
Frank's got a hard copy.
Yeah, Frank, I'm sorry.
Oh, this is more fun.
At least I'm telling you which page it is. I took time to write them down. On page 186, there is the language says student housing phase 1. The current application is for the first phase of student housing with 234 bedrooms for 234 students. But then when it comes down to 2 lines later or 2 paragraphs later, student housing future phase, the master plan shows a future phase of 266 additional bedrooms, which would bring the total to 500 bedrooms. can we assume or can we add clarification that that additional 266 bedrooms is equal to 266 students? So that the total of 500 bedrooms is the equivalent of 500 students. So we're not talking about 500 bedrooms and then 4 per bedroom is put in there. So you're really talking about 2,000 students being brought in. It's clear in the phase 1, it is not defined in the future phase.
The approach that staff was taking was looking at the current document from 2015. It identifies numbers of bedrooms, numbers of units. It does not talk about the exact number of students that would be housed in the student housing. So for consistency, staff's approach was, with the condition of approval, to clarify how many of those bedrooms and units are in this phase of student housing that we developed, and then subtract out from the previously approved 500 and 300 what is left for the future phase of development. I was looking just purely from that consistency of prior approvals.
And I'm sorry, it was very difficult to hear you. You weren't very close to the microphone. So the language.
She's kissing it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Karen. I'm just saying that it's hard to hear out here. So what is the total number of students that the 500 bedrooms is to house?
That was never defined in prior approvals. There is a total number of students associated with the campus, and that's just shown as 3,000 students.
So Mr. Notzbaum, is there a way we can clarify what is the intent of those 500 bedrooms?
So yeah, the application being considered is a height and the condition number 14. That's what's being considered.
That's all.
Yeah, so Rusty, that question is, it's a good question, but it is
But it's
actually off
off-topic.
topic.
Got it. I caught what Nina was saying. Please forgive me for that. And we will go on to the next thing. Okay, those are my questions. Now, I do want to make kind of the following statements because I think it's important that we capture what each council member is thinking. We've received so much feedback from the community. We need to explain what our vote is going to be, or the rationale, I believe. When I ran, I stated during the candidate forum that I was a constitutionalist and I was going to follow the law. So no matter how much pressure there may be to do one thing, I will, to the best of my ability, follow the law. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I do want to thank the city and the city staff and all the legal opinions I've received from the city attorney. The difference between legislative matters and administrative matters versus QJ matters, and I think, Robert, you talked a little bit about this. If this was a legislative or an administrative matter, then the voice of the citizens would clearly guide me in how I cast my vote. But I learned that on QJ matters, I represent, or I have to cast my vote based on the law. No matter how many people come up and give their opinions or say they want me to vote a certain way, a QJ matter, you must follow the law. So when I kind of combine those things and I listened to the comments made, the guidance I was trying to follow is to listen to objective arguments, things that you would argue before the law. And I heard a lot of great opinions and a lot of great comments that a lot of things touch my heart, a lot of things touch my purse strings, but I didn't hear a lot of objective arguments to counter anything that has been asked for by Andrew Womack in the PUD request, the amendment. So when I consider the risk of casting a vote that goes against the legal guidance that I've received, coupled with an absence of any new objective arguments, I don't think the risk is worth it. I mean, it's almost 100% guaranteed that if we voted no or to deny the removal of the tax exemption piece of it, if it ever went to a court, we would almost certainly lose. So when I factor that in, and then the fiscal conservative inside of me, you know, you'd end up in the same place you were before I mean, we would end up not only losing the revenue through a court action, but we'd also have the cost of the legal action. So it's just the risk versus the gain, or the probability to gain, is just not a wise thing to vote against the removal of the tax exemption status. The final statement I would like to say, and maybe by going last, you've heard it before, Mr. Perry actually covered something that was very near and dear to me. And he's the chair of the DDA. I'm the secretary of the DDA. He and I had met privately in his office for DDA matters. And we had discussed that we would be doing everything in our power as DDA members to help the Northeast Teller County Fire District through the actions the DDA control, which is the TIF funding, and protecting the TIF funds that go to the fire district. We're going to do everything we can as a DDA. So that's our commitment, where we have something that we can affect. I would ask that Andrew Womack Ministries Incorporated to consider their current offer, and I am extremely grateful for the $250,000. That really is something the city benefits from by being able to buy the water shares, and that buys a lot of water shares. And people don't realize this, the water is still paid for separately, but this $250,000 can buy water shares and protects water for all citizens in the future. So I think that was a great offer, and I'm very grateful. I know nothing's guaranteed. You made that quite clear legally, but I would ask you to consider this, because I did sit with the city staff and I looked at each taxing district, and in my mind, I wanted to know which one I would want to ask for some additional help. And I went to the schools because that's one of the larger taxing losers, actually, by granting the nonprofit, non-tax status. But the schools really, if you have dormitories, the schools are really not absorbing a lot of resource costs. So I'm not asking you to look at any help for the schools. The ambulances we discussed, it's negligible. The library, monetarily, it's negligible what the CARES students cost the citizens. They go in, they look at books, check out books, but there's really no cost. There's no overhead cost. So that's not even an area that I would ask Andrew Womack Ministries Incorporated to look at. But you've heard it over and over again that the fire department is where we're hurting. There's no strings attached. Andrew Womack says he's a man of cloth, and there's a lot of people that believe that. I would simply ask that you relook if there's anything you could possibly do to help the fire department. I would be grateful, but it's not going to change my vote one way or the other. It's simply, if you have it in your heart to reconsider the fire department, because That fire department protects you, it protects me, it protects everybody around us, and they need help. I'm going to do everything I can with the DDA. If it takes, trying to get some sort of a vote of the citizens to adjust mill levies, because the city council can't raise mill. We can lower them, we can't raise them. So we can't generate more money as a city council for the fire department. The voters would have to do that. And maybe we try some sort of a referendum or a vote in the future to do that. But, and maybe we do some fundraisers to help the fire department. I don't know. Working together as a community, I think we can help. But Andrew Womack Ministries helps a lot of people. I hope they've heard the plea of the citizens, and if it's at all possible, if they could relook the $250,000 and maybe give a little something for the fire department, it would be so nice to hear the citizens be grateful for that addition. But I understand you don't have to do any of that. The law is the law, and I'm going to vote according to the law. You're going to get my vote the way you want it, based on the law. I just hope that you would consider my words. And I know I've been very lengthy. I'm tired, but thank you for your listening to me.
Thank you, Councilmember Neal. Okay, well, it's kind of hard to know where to start. So I think council has made very valid points. I think the public has spoken and made very valid points, and I want to thank the public for your participation. I wish we had audiences like this all of the time.
Yeah.
Because I think you all are learning something this evening, and you're learning that the inner workings of municipal government are not easy to deal with. They are not the federal government, thank God, but they're not easy either with municipal government. So, and, unfortunately this evening, this council has been placed between a rock and a hard place because of previous council and previous attorneys. And I think it's really frustrating. I don't like hearing the word that what was done was illegal, because it wasn't illegal. In the Constitution, it also allows for two parties to contract mutually together, just like the prenup was mentioned. Karis and the city mutually contracted and agreed upon something, and you are going back on that agreement. And that is what it is. Whether we like it or not, now we're stuck. And it's not fair to us, and it's not fair to this community, because I don't think that the previous council would have agreed to annex you in if you hadn't agreed to the taxation, because this city understands that it is difficult for us, as small as we are, to take on more nonprofits. But I don't think that they had the foresight to understand just how difficult it could become for our services. And that's unfortunate. That's not your fault. It's not the current crew's fault down there. It's not the current crew's fault up here. It is what it is. But it's really frustrating for us. It's frustrating to hear from so many members of the public, of our community, of our taxpayers, that they don't want us to support this. It is a shock, in my opinion, to hear from a lot of our taxpayers that they are okay if we voted no for this. I'm surprised by that, because we live in a very conservative fiscal community. Unfortunately, I don't think that they understand the law probably as well as we do on this particular topic, because we have been very educated in this situation. I think it's frustrating to hear my council say what a generous offer $250,000 is for utilities, when I know what the city asked for, and you're offering less than half of that. I think it's not very generous that you only offer it to the city and not to the other services. So now we look selfish if we accept it and no one else gets anything. And that falls on our shoulders with those departments to now argue about. And I see that you're frustrated with what I'm saying, but you're not in our position. You are not a public figure who has been elected to represent people. Karis has students who vote for us, and we also have an entire population that is not a part of Karis that votes for us. And we have to weigh all sides and everything we hear, because for us, unfortunately, it is also political. But fortunately for you, we understand the law. Our citizens who put us here don't necessarily get that. And they don't necessarily understand the financial burden they would go through if we had to go through litigation with you. Your pockets are very, very deep and very, very wide. Our pockets are not. So it limits us greatly. And it is very frustrating to know that it was a mutually agreed upon decision by two parties. Now, I wish that we were clever enough back in the day to put it in the annexation and not the PUD, but we weren't clever enough to do that, and that's too bad. And I know that your organization is clever because you do this kind of work all over the world. So dealing with us wasn't that difficult. And you also probably knew that you could renege on this obligation to us. And the council who agreed to it and the previous attorney who agreed to it didn't realize that that would happen. So I appreciate what everyone said here this evening. I appreciate about coming together and moving forward, because that is our only option. It is what we're going to have to do. I think that Karis has had wonderful community members. I think there have been people that have done wonderful things for this community, including Womack Ministries. It isn't about Womack Ministries for me personally, and having a legal background. It was about that contractual obligation that you had agreed to. And being able to renege on it to the community is frustrating. Is it legal for you to do it? Yes. Is it neighborly? No. And that's the position you have put this council in. And it's disheartening. You have put us in a position where the fire department is disappointed with us. And the fire department is a district. It doesn't belong to the city or city taxation. It is the taxation of the county as a whole. So the county as a whole needs to come together. And the voters deal with that. Council has no control over that. We don't raise taxes. The voters have to do that on a ballot initiative. Just to clarify that, because I've heard a lot of people say maybe there's something we can do. Council can't do it. The community has to do it. And we do live in a fiscally conservative county. And they haven't been willing to raise those taxes high enough for a reason. So I respect your legal authority to do what you're doing, but it is disappointing. I respect that you have offered a certain amount of money for the utilities, but it is also not a guarantee. And at this point, I don't trust your follow through, because you've just proven there's no follow through. And you did caveat that 250,000 when you spoke about it. You didn't say it was a guarantee. It was going to be a gift, perhaps. I caught that. And maybe it's depending on how we speak to you this evening. I don't know. But that's how it came across. It's frustrating that you said you couldn't do the privatization of the student housing because the privatization undermined Karis's morals. Well, I feel like you're undermining your morals with this obligation to the city. And that's my personal opinion. But again, I understand the legal obligation I have as well. So I hope that you would follow through with the donation to the utilities department, because it's the only thing we can ask you for. I wish that you would have honored what the city originally asked for, because I think that was an appropriate amount. I wish that you would consider the emergency services, because as public officials, our obligation and duty is to our citizens' safety, which also happens to be your students. So by neglecting the EMTs and the fire department and the police department, you are also neglecting the safety of your students. I hope that the public can understand that we have been put between a rock and a hard place because of a previous council. And this council does not appreciate where it sits right now. It is a very disappointing position to sit in. And I can guarantee you that the majority of this council sitting up here, if not every single one of us, is a fighter. And if we knew that we could fight with a positive outcome for the entire community, we would fight. But we're also a group of fiscal conservatives who understand the Constitution. And I hope that our citizens can understand that. And with that, is there anything further from council? And I would like to thank everyone in the audience with how respectful you have been, how wonderfully you spoke, and how good this evening has been, because it's been a long time since we've had a large audience and a huge issue. So I'm really proud of all of you, and I really appreciate all of you. And I hope that all of you reach out to your friends and neighbors and tell them to come to council on occasion, if not all the time. Get involved in the Citizens Academy so that you can learn what issues like this are, how it goes down, what the law is, how your taxes are impacted, and what councils do.
Mayor, can I make just a brief response to some of your comments?
Sure.
I was hoping not to have to substantively respond. We came here tonight with an olive branch, to be frank with you. We have no obligation under the law to make any donation to the city tonight, and we're doing that purely as a sign of good faith, a deeply good sign of good faith. As a litigator, in fact, we've been damaged by what the city has done to the ministry. They imposed the condition on us in 2012. And if we had to go to court in this matter, we would be seeking substantial economic damages from the city. There's two things I think I need to be very clear about. There was no agreement in 2012. We did not offer it in 2012, and we did not agree to it. It was something we considered. And if you look back at the record is very clear from our representative to the ministry, who was not a lawyer. What he said is, it is something the ministry is considering. And he asked the city attorney at the time, is there a legal precedent to do this? The city attorney said yes. He relied on that representation and went forward with it, but it was a moral commitment. That's our commitment to you. It is a moral commitment, and we do want to be a good neighbor. But to be clear, there was no agreement. And so waving the bloody shirt of the agreement is not helpful this evening, I don't think. It's also important to note on the agreement issue, agreements that violate the public policy of Colorado and federal law are unenforceable from the beginning. That was a mistake made by this city council in 2012. You had no authority to do it then, and it was unenforceable from that day forward. The example I gave to the Planning Commission was, if two people enter into a contract to pay a gambling debt, you can say all you want, there was a quote unquote agreement, but that agreement is not enforceable in a court of law because it is illegal. Similarly, if you were under pressure from the city to improve the housing stock and you went to a developer and said, we'll waive environmental regulations for you to build more houses and you can dump sewage into the sewer, you can enter into a quote unquote agreement and that would be unenforceable. There is a large swath of property in this city that is tax exempt. Senior citizens don't pay property taxes, or they don't pay property taxes on part of their property. Veterans have a partial property tax exemption, and every single not-for-profit institution in this city has a property tax exemption. The fact of the matter is you have singled out Karis. That is the basis for any federal lawsuit we have, and that is patently illegal. there, you have no authority, in 2012 to enter into the agreement and no authority to enforce it today. I want to say just one more thing about the economic impact. I hear everyone's concern about the economics of this issue, and I understand it is a tricky position to be in as a city council, trying to balance the budget here. I get that. We'll be responsible for 6.3, and by we, I mean the ministry, for $6.3 million in sales and use taxes. Now, I understand, I hear there's a problem with the mill tax levy and where it goes and the fire district. But the fact of the matter is for this city's budget, we are a huge boon. We are a huge boon to the bottom line of this city. I think there is a political question of how you parcel out those funds, but the record should be very clear that we're responsible for over $90 million in income in this city and $6.3 million in sales and use tax going to the city. With my comments, I toned them down greatly, much different than I approached the Planning Commission. And my goal tonight was to make very clear, we do have a commitment to be a good neighbor, and that's been thrown back in our face tonight. It is a religious belief of ours. It's been thrown back in our face. We do want to be a good neighbor, and that is it. I've never been in litigation where the attorney for the city has admitted your wrongdoing, and yet we're the ones paying money. We're the ones coming here and making a good sign, a good faith offer of funds. So I'm sorry that there had to be venting tonight. I think it's just important that the record is abundantly clear that we did not agree in 2012. That agreement was unenforceable as a matter of law. And the economics are much different than what have been stated on the record tonight. The economics are that we are an overwhelmingly positive impact on this community. So I appreciate that there are political dynamics here in play. And I also appreciate that I was moved with everyone else when I saw the person being sworn into the Board of Adjustments, swearing an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. I've done that as well, serving as a law clerk to 2 federal judges. Following the law, honoring the law is the most bedrock thing that this council can do. That's all this comes down to. And I want to leave on a positive note. We want to be a good neighbor. We are committed to that. And I think the best way to move forward is to take us at our word, what we're saying to you tonight, that this is a new start for our relationship with the city. But also it's important that I'll leave it at that. I appreciate everyone's comments tonight, your service. I want to be very clear about that. And I thank you for letting me respond.
But while you're up, I just want you, can you please like reaffirm the moral commitment that you made today for the $250,000 to utility fund for water rights?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, yeah. We're here making that offer of donation.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and close the public comment. Well, we've got the motion now. Can I get a motion?
Hillary. Motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rusty, I hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Is Rusty out there?
Rusty.
He's out there somewhere.
Yeah. The hotel that I'm in has lost connection. I'm trying to get back in, so I probably will not be able to vote until I can get back in. I'm
I
using.
hear
a
you.
different-
You can do it verbally, Rusty.
Can I make the motion?
Please.
I make a motion to approve ordinance number 1472, series 2022, a request by NES Incorporated as written.
Oh, second.
Council, you may vote.
Drum roll, please. Sorry, just
Can
needed
Rusty
some
hear us?
levity.
Rusty vote?
I'm waiting for other council members to vote.
Ability to vote electronically.
Councilmember Neal, did you say you were voting electronically? You're the only one I don't have a vote for right now.
I do not have the ability to vote electronically.
Are you willing to vote verbally?
Yes, but I could not hear the actual motion. I'm having a lot of connection problems right now. The hotel lost connection and I'm now going through my cell phone.
Okay, Councilmember Connors made the motion. Councilmember Zulawaga seconded it. I'm just waiting for you to give me your vote so I can tally it.
And the motion was,
To approve ordinance number 1472 as written.
which would be to, in fact, remove the taxing provision and to approve the height, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Yeah, I've lost everything that I can look at. I'm sorry that it sounds like a dumb question. I vote yes.
I will put that vote in for you. Thank you, council. Motion has carried 5-2 with Councilmember Nakai and Councilmember Ott voting no. Thank you.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes,
It is time for us to extend our meeting.
very good.
Yeah, so I move that we extend our meeting another, what do we got, reports left? Is that it?
That's it.
15
second.
minutes? Yeah.
Very good.
Who seconded that?
I did.
Okay, anyhow, motion carried 5-2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
We may go a little more than 15 minutes because I'm going to allow the audience to go ahead and leave if they want to
okay.
before we start talking again.
Okay.
And audience, if you could hold your conversation until you leave the council room, we still have business to conduct. Thank you.
We didn't vote on the motion to extend, but I'm assuming they wanted to. What?
Oh, totally agree. That is so constitutional.
Recording in progress.
And you're part of the jury, it doesn't matter.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and move forward with reports. And I have a list of quite a few events that I'm going to go ahead and go through. We have the Woodland Park Farmers Market every Friday from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. in Memorial Park. We have the Mountain Arts Festival this weekend, Saturday, August 6th from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. and also Sunday, August 7th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the Ute Pass Cultural Center. We have Vino and Notes on Saturday, August 6th from noon to 8 p.m. in Memorial Park. There will be a lot of wineries there with tasting options and food and live music as well in the evening. We have Summer in the Park on Tuesday, August 9th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. in Memorial Park. So you can join Parks and Recreation and Community Partnership for family-friendly activities in the park, and that is free on August 9th at 11 to 1 p.m. We have Touch a Truck on August 10th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. at Meadowwood Sports Complex. And we have Woodland Park Police Department's Community Engagement Forum, August 10th, from 6 PM to 8 PM at the Woodland Park Community Church, where you get to engage with the police department and give them feedback and have open discussion. Friday night creative chill is wine and art on August 12th from 6:30 PM to 8 PM at the Ute Pass Cultural Center. Pre-registration is required and you can contact Parks and Recreation to sign up. You do have to be 21 years old or older to participate, and the theme will be Dog Days of Summer. We have Quilts in the Aspen Quilt Show on Saturday, August 13th from 9 AM to 4 PM at Woodland Park Middle School. And then we have Back to School Bash, Saturday, August 13th from 6 PM to 9 PM at the Woodland Aquatic Center. And there will be an ice cream social for kids and it's $7 at the door. And that is all the events I have, and I have no further reports. So Councilmember Case.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to remind the community about, and I know we'll probably have another meeting before this, but the Salute to American Veterans Rally is going to be August 19th and 20th here in Woodland Park. And there will be a dedication. I'm looking for when. The traveling Vietnam Veterans Memorial Traveling Wall will be on display at the high school those days. La, 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 ba, ba. We're going to dedicate Veterans Memorial. No. Anyway, there's a new Veterans Wall being constructed in Memorial Park, and that will be dedicated on Saturday sometime. The events in the park start at 12:30. And I think it's at 12:30 that the Veterans Memorial dedication will be happening. They'll also be giving away a new motorcycle custom built for a disabled veteran that will be given away. They do that each year, and that's really an emotional, outstanding thing to witness. So anyway, Friday and Saturday, Red Friday t-shirt giveaway is at 10 on Friday, blah, blah, blah. I have a schedule and these are all over town. If anybody sees them, they're in Keller Williams' office. Come see me and I'll give you one. But support the veterans, huge turnout. It's a lot of fun. People that ride motorcycles really are nice people. I'm one of them.
We have a veterans rally on the 19th and the 20th, so please support your veterans.
Yes.
It's pretty strong. For that veterans rally that used to be the Cripple Creek rally, is that looking at moving permanently to Woodland Park?
At this point, yes.
Yeah, because I was thinking last year was just gonna be 1 year, but that's awesome for our city. Okay, great.
Let's see, Main Street, we met with DOLA again a couple weeks ago, the 26th, I think, last week. We're making progress on trying to come up with what we think we need to do to try to bring back the program. We have another meeting set for August 23rd. And then September 1st, we have a tentative schedule, or we're going to schedule the work session with council, with Gail and DOLA to try to remind everybody what Main Street's all about. That's all I have.
Councilmember Ott.
My apologies. I was on vacation enjoying my time in Bermuda, which was mentioned tonight. So yeah, and I just got back.
Oh, it would be a sunburn. if
It's
it
not,
was
but the
Color
price of
County.
houses there is about the same. So I don't, unfortunately, I don't have a report tonight for the historical committee. However, the historical committee meeting has been moved from the first Monday of the month due to the holiday. It will be, I believe, on the 13th of next month at 3:30. Monday the 12th. Thank you. Where's Karen? Let's see her. Oh,
hiding
hiding
behind
back
the
behind
tree.
the trees. Part of the tree. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Zulaga.
I have a report from Cape Woodland Park Beautiful. August 27th is a Saturday from 9 to 1. If you belong to any organization, if you will talk to your people and get them to sign up, we're doing a citywide cleanup. So it's from 9 to 1. Large groups, please register with Grace Johnson, and that's Johnson@cityofwp.net.
City dash. Woodland Park.
No, this is a different one.
Oh.
It's cityofwp.net.
Oh, that is one of the addresses.
That's one of the, yeah.
He knows what he's doing, you guys.
I'm just reading a piece of paper. And that's all I have. So I just want to encourage groups, please come out. It'll be a fun day. The more people we can get out there, the more impact we can have. So spread the word.
Very good. Councilmember Neal, are you still with us?
I still am. I hope you can hear me.
We can.
Okay, well, a backup computer does work after all. I do have a DDA regular meeting report from August 2nd, 2022, where we convened at 7:30 in the City Hall. 4 points to cover. The first order of business was to take care of some financial actions, uneventful. But there was an important second item on our agenda, and that was where we went into some clarification of what the DDA's attorney rendered to Tony Perry and myself regarding my role as the liaison to the DDA. And it has to do with how a council liaison should be voting. I had sought the advice from Kelly Case and Robert Zuluaga, who both served as liaisons to the DDA in the past. They both had different perspectives on how the vote should, or how a liaison should or should not cast votes. I went into it actually believing the same thing that Kelly had practiced. I just thought it made sense. However, what I learned, and I share with other council members, should they ever serve as a DDA liaison, that the DDA attorney rendered the opinion that because we are a serving board member, a full board member, that we should be casting votes as an individual board member on all votes. So Robert, kudos to you in that opinion when we talked about it. And I shall be voting on all votes for the DDA. And I do not have to represent the city council in the vote. It's actually my vote in the DDA. And I still have the right to come to city council and vote as a city council member. So based on that guidance, that is how I will be practicing the voting on the DDA. And since it's one of the few boards where there's a vote cast by a council member, I just wanted to share that information. On with the most important event of the DDA meeting was the presentation and vote on the two projects. We referred to them as the Forge Works project and the Tava House project. And by a vote of 6-1, the Tava House project was approved to move forward. Since there's a little bit of ambiguity as to what's the next step, when you start reading the disposition and development agreement between the city council and the DDA board, the city council does have a vote, and it's a little bit unclear. So what I have been asked is to try to get a consensus from the council to allow Tony Perry, the DDA chair, to come forward and present to the council the formal results of the board of the vote, and to have discussions with council as to the next steps in moving that development project forward. So I don't.
Rusty, if I could bring a point of order, it's 11:15. We need to extend this. So I move we extend to 11:30.
Agree. Carrying on.
Yes.
Carry on, Rusty.
That's it. I just need a consensus, I believe. We can't take an actual vote, but we need a consensus to bring him forward.
Yeah, you can also put it on the agenda. So,
Yeah, I agree.
yeah, and you out loud, you have consensus from all of us. It can go on the agenda.
Very good. Then I will work with Suzanne to have it added to the August 18th meeting. That's all I have.
Okay, very good. City Attorney.
I don't have a substantive report, but I just wanted to say, a lot of you know, the reason why it's so important, the work that we feel we do is because local governments impact your community so much. And I think today was a good display of all of you, all 7 of you, and how hard it is, and really where the real decisions that truly affect your community are. You know, congressmen get a lot of credit, but it really is the local government. I see it every day with what I do, and I see every day with what you guys do and your volunteers. So it's a pleasure to work with all of you.
Thank you.
We don't get paid.
Surprise.
We have dinner tonight.
That candy was your pay.
Checks in the mail.
We get paid in chocolate. And I had my fair share of that tonight.
Nothing substantive, only to echo what Nina said, in that, you know, we have our glories and our failures in this job. Sometimes city manager's job is hard. Sometimes it's wonderful because they're very, very proud of their council. And tonight is one of those nights. I'm very impressed with how each of you gave your comments, and that your community should be proud. I hope they are. I know it's a hard thing. You all have been put in an extremely difficult position where there's really not a good win, but you all behaved and decided wonderfully. And I'm very proud of all of you for what it's worth. So, and thank you to our community too for coming out and making their comments known. And we truly appreciate it. We value those who are civic minded and make that investment of their time. So thank you very much. And thanks for the staff who are still here doing this. Thank you, Sarah. Great job, Sarah. Is it pushing you for a dad joke? Well, you know, now it's 11. It's like almost food time again. So we started this new thing here where
Good night,
people-
Tony. Thank you.
where we started writing our names on food apparently. And, you know, I hadn't seen that before. And I just noticed it this morning when I was eating a sandwich named Kevin. I don't understand. But
Yeah, I was trying to catch Tony before he left. Oh, he's back.
oh,
So who's that? Is that Bill?
It's Billy.
Bill?
Can we
So
adjourn the
it's
meeting?
good the 2 of you are still here.
Yes.
I'd like to say thank you very much for your comments. They really meant a lot. It really made sense, and I absolutely appreciate that.
And you too, sir.
Tim, something, is that your name?
Yes.
Thank you.
Guys, we were so professional tonight, and I thought we were gonna be here till like 1 a.m. So, so thanks, everyone. This meeting is officially adjourned.
All right.
I have a few more jokes.